Okay. All right. I think that's go best. Good morning. All right, Mike's set up. They're playing volleyball. Okay. 6-year deal worth $54 million. Okay. A lot to talk about. McCarr signing. $9 million. Huh. 6-year deal. Why are they playing volleyball? It says drafts 2 to 7. What's going on here? Let's schedule TV listings. Oh, there we go. Okay.
That's my next goal on that team. And this could be where it all starts. We got a lot of young men out there who are sitting and saying, I didn't get the opportunity to prove what I wanted to prove this year, whether it was through lack of games, whether it was through no games whatsoever.
33.
So I hope those players took the opportunity to use the pandemic wisely to work on everything that doesn't allow you
here we go.
to get what you get in games. And I think if you've done that, you've done your due diligence, then you've got a real good opportunity to be picked. The other part of that is this is by no means the end point. So if you don't get picked today, you can use that to say, hey, listen, I never got that opportunity to do some of the things that I need to do. I've grown, I've worked on my game. I'm going to take this year and what we expect to be a full year to be able to do that and assert myself the way that I think I can. So, yeah, awesome if you get it done today, but not the end of the world if it doesn't happen for you. We all watched the Stanley Cup final. Tyler Johnson, 2 Stanley Cup rings, never drafted. Not the end of the world if that's your fate. We take a look at some of the names that we expect to be called today. In fact, the best available players.
Welcome. Good morning.
Experts here at NHL.
They haven't started picking yet, obviously.
Rankings there.
Let's see.
There are so
Why
many
is this freaking yellow?
dreams that have been cultivated over a great deal of time. The way that no player gets here alone. You think about long bus trips. Scott Hartnell's told us about all the sacrifices that families make. No one makes it alone. That's what I loved about the Owen Power moment. You saw the eruption of all those that love him surrounding him.
Yeah, it was really incredible. We saw a number of things that were really touching. Luke Hughes' selection, for instance.
Oh my goodness.
Having issues with my light here.
That was amazing. That was unbridled enthusiasm from one brother to another. I love that. I love those stories, and that's what the draft is all about.
Okay,
it's a
there we go.
Give us a player to watch, Lots, that is of particular interest
One light up.
to you on day 2.
And for me, that I'm
Cheers.
watching closely, and a lot of the changes that the National Hockey League has made in rules has opened up the game for different sized
Except for the
players.
chat here.
I'm watching today a guy
Why do I always
like
have problems with the chat area
He's got plenty of weight
to start?
to play in those dirty areas at 175 pounds. All he does is score goals. He's a guy that I'm excited to
There we
see
go.
where he goes, because really 15, 20 years ago, that guy wasn't getting an opportunity. As you see the Cole Fields and other smaller players come in this league and have success, this game is more wide open than ever before.
Well, I'm going to pick Francesco Pinelli. And this is a real interesting story. We heard about the guys going to Europe. He plays a pitcher in the OHL. Well, the OHL didn't play. One of the 2 leagues that did not play through the pandemic. And Pinelli went out and played the Alps Hockey League. I think I would have loved to have played in Austria, Italy, and Slovenia. And he had 11 points in 13 games. There, he had 41 points in pitching as a rookie in the We got him slotted at 19. He's a smooth skating offensive player. He's got great skill. He's got the size of 6 feet, 185. I thought he was going to go in the first round. I'm expecting to see him go high in the second round. It's kind of the guy I'm looking at. I was surprised he didn't win it.
I've never seen the movie this music, but I believe it was
Buongiorno.
Austria.
Sam,
Clear, you're watching.
Josh Dolan, the son of Shane,
Marker.
really interesting character because it's not often we talk about a re-entry player, meaning he went through the draft last year.
They're talking about Shane Doan's son, Josh Doan.
He's one of the smaller guys on his team. He had a growth spurt. The Chicago Steel had to manage
6'1".
essentially last year.
He's right winger.
Through the season.
Shoots
He's
right.
now grown into his body. Put up 70 points, 31 goals with that great Chicago Steel team. I'll be fascinated to see just how high he goes. He wasn't on our board of best available, but I think he sneaks up in there very early here in round number 2.
Jeff Gordon said last night on our show, character is the most important thing. There's never been a hockey player with better character than his dad, Shane Doan. Here are some notable second round draft picks among the active players. Look at those players and the impact that they had.
Talking about second round draft picks. José, Kucherov, Araujo, Bergeron, Weber, Ryan O'Reilly.
Let's send it to the rest of our group, led by Jackie Redmond. Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning to you, Tony, alongside my cohort.
It's funny Sportsnet isn't doing it this year, just the NHL channel. Talking to myself.
Of the draft here on NHL Network and Sportsnet in Canada. Jeff, I'll start with you. I mean, you know exactly what is going on behind the scenes today. How does day 2 differ from day 1?
Day 2 is a little interesting. A lot of teams can really build their team here in the second, third round as they move forward. If you look at some of the teams that have won recently, this is where they got picks and done really well and separated themselves from other teams. And if you look, last night, a lot of scouts went to bed, maybe. As they're building their list, they're coming in this morning saying to the GM, hey, listen, we got this guy in the first round. Maybe let's move up. And maybe some other teams are saying, you know what, maybe next year we want the second round pick. We'll get out of the second round. So it'll be interesting in the beginning of the second round to see what we see.
Interesting that strategy could change seemingly overnight just based on what happens in the first round. And if you thought all the news was spoiled yesterday, you were wrong because we have a contract extension to tell you about.
Yeah, Makar just signed a 6-year deal worth $9 million AAV. Good morning.
EJ, your immediate reaction to this deal?
It's right in line with what we've seen.
Sounds about right.
With, Seth Jones after he was moved and he got his.
Maybe I'm a little surprised Makar didn't sign for 8.
And the Dallas Stars, they all seem to be coming in.
But I mean, from his camp, anyways, that's smart.
So, Makar is a great player, Jeff. Seen him and watched his development over time.
I think that's what we all expected, a $9 million deal, $8 to $9.5 million deal from Makar.
He's an elite player, a young star in the game. They're going to pay him now for what he's going to do, right? They're not going to pay him for what he's done. A great deal for José in the Colorado Avalanche.
And I'm sure a lot of other young defensemen looking at that deal going, that sounds pretty
Let's see if we can get through this today. Yesterday was much longer than it should have been, I think. It was scheduled to be like an hour and a half, and it went like 4 hours. Here we go. Elliot Friedman. Everyone quiet.
It's a precedent-setting deal. You guys were talking about the Seth Jones extension. That's all unrestricted free agent years. Makar's deal is only 1 year of unrestricted free agency.
Yeah.
So for a player who doesn't have that freedom of movement to get this kind of a deal, we haven't seen that before for a defenseman. Yes, absolutely, it affects Adam Fox. It affects maybe on a bit of a lesser level, Rasmus Dahlin of Buffalo. Quinn Hughes, also of the Vancouver Canucks, who's not obviously eligible, and they'll meet again next week to start talking, to resume talks about that contract. The other thing, Jackie, we're keeping an eye on today, the conclusion, the official announcement of the Sam Reinhart deal from Buffalo to Florida. The thing everybody was working through was the conditions of the draft picks that the Sabres are getting in return from Florida.
Kevin Adams and his staff have certainly been busy over the last few days. I'll follow up on Cale Makar real quick. How does this impact Landeskog, if at all?
Oh, sorry. My apologies, Jackie. I didn't realize you were talking to me directly. I think the thing about Landeskog is obviously the number one priority was Makar, and they wanted to get his deal done to see all of the space they had around it. I think
Talking about the Makar deal and how that's going to affect
negotiations with
Landeskog.
over the next couple of days. I believe
But
that
the draft hasn't officially started yet, obviously.
they're not telling anybody what that number is, but they have a number that they won't go beyond for Landeskog. So I think it's going to be, are both sides willing to bend a bit? Are both sides willing to be creative in a way to stay where Colorado needs to go? But I believe that Makar was always the first priority, and everything else that happened was going to be determined by where Makar ended up.
Well, Avs fans will certainly be happy to see
maybe
him
one more,
sticking
47.
around, well worth the $9 million per year, and now they anxiously await to see what happens with their captain, Gabriel Landeskog, as we send it back over to Tony.
Oh, yeah. A lot of Kale Makar is good for the game. Plenty of waiting being done all over the globe. Anxious players who can't wait to hear their names called and have their lifetime dream realized to become an NHL
A lot of these kids
player.
in Europe
When we return,
are like up until
the second round.
crazy times in the morning, waiting for their names to be called. At least yesterday, maybe not today because they're starting much earlier, obviously. But it was like 4 a.m. in Sweden when some of those kids were called on. Turn down the. It's a commercial now, so the draft hasn't started. Not yet. Thanks for the thumbs up. Well, this will slowly turn into a dinosaur, this shirt. Maybe not right away, but soon. It looks like the deal for Reinhardt could go through with the Panthers any minute during the draft. We'll see. And then, of course, the Makar deal, 6 years, $9 million AAV. Now we'll see if Landeskog comes off the table. That'll be interesting. And yeah, so far they've just been talking about signings and who's left in the draft. And that's about it and what teams are going to be doing here. Of course, Bergevin's been all in the news after selecting, I'm trying to remember his name, the player who asked not to be selected because of the picture he took of sexual nature of this girl doing something to him, and then sending the picture to his friends along with her phone number. That's Logan Milieu, who, yeah, and I think that happened when he was in Europe. But he's from Ontario, and he's a right-shooting defenseman. So that's the pick Montreal took. Was it 32nd overall or 31st? 31st overall, I think. Yeah. So, yeah. And, of course, you know, social media, especially Twitter, became a shitstorm. And people are bringing up the fact that Bergevin also went after Voyanov from LA when he was accused or convicted of spousal abuse. There was some talk about Sean Burke and, of course, Tony D'Angelo. So we're back on here. Someone is, I cannot pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you A because I'll probably butcher what that says. But it says, please pick Pinelli for the Sabres. Sabres fan. Wow. Welcome.
Again today from the studios of the NHL Network. I'd like to welcome our fans
Pinelli.
across North America.
You like Pinelli, huh?
Network in the United States and on Sportsnet in Canada. Over the next few hours, NHL clubs will make selections in the 2nd through 7th rounds. When placed on the clock, teams will have 3 minutes to make their selections. Let's get started.
Here we go. We're getting started here.
The second round belongs to the Buffalo Sabres.
Buffalo's up.
Sabres War Room is on our screen. We look at Kevin Adams. Clearly, the fan base in Buffalo is rabid, but we know it has been a long time since
it's going to be hot and heavy today.
When you look at
it's going to be
Brian, lots. What are they most in need?
A crazy one.
You know, right now it's just a transition time.
The hamburger.
trying to reaccumulate
So they think they draft Lundell from Finland.
They're in the very early stages of it. Where just give me some of
You know what? I'm going to have to look Lundell up because
they need to restock the cupboards. They need to rebuild for the future. They're doing that. I love the start.
I think they could use players at every position, really. Maybe not necessarily defense isn't a high priority anymore.
Truly franchise guy.
Raider.
What is Lundell? I can't find him.
Because he knew how sad I was when
Looking
Canada
through
beat
my
the
list.
US in the medal round at the World Championship. Canadians are
Lundell.
the nicest people on earth. I mean, it really is the truth. So gracious in victory.
Where is Lundell?
He shined at Michigan, but at that tournament, Reader, holy smokes, what a show!
Sounds familiar. I'm not.
I love when Sam talks about because you were 3 seconds in the first. Yeah, you kept going on and on, and it's so true. He came in, and we see it a lot at the World Championship tournament. You bring in teenagers, undrafted players, college players such as this. You're going to bring them in slowly. They're going to be lucky to have a significant role. They're going to be lucky to see many minutes. Well,
I cannot find Lundell here. So at this moment, I cannot comment on him.
He's playing in every situation. His minutes went from 3 seconds.
Oh, I found Pinelli,
to
centerman,
being the guy
who Mr. Buffalo shoots left. That wouldn't be a bad pick. They call him like a Ryan Strone type.
For today's first selection.
Okay.
With the first
Here we go.
selection in the second round, the 33rd selection overall, the Buffalo Sabres have selected Prokhor Poltapov from Cheska in the Russian Junior League.
A Russian, one of the few ones that have been picked so far. Wow. Propar, active skater with speed and balance, makes smart and quick passes, and has fine selection of shots. He's a left winger. Prokhor Poltapov. Well,
in selecting him, that's the number one thing we've heard. Got decent size, 6
Poltapov.
76. For me, he reminds me a little bit of a guy like Ryan Nugent Hopkins. He can score goals, he can set up players.
Poltapov,
There's a lot
left
to
wing.
like about his game. He led all them HL skaters 27 years.
Poltapov. That doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
I was surprised that he didn't go yesterday, to be honest with you. When you really dived into the film and watched him closely, he had first round ability. Of course, he goes first.
Poltapov.
Good for the Buffalo Sabres.
Huh.
Still on the
7 points in 7 games for Russia at the 2021 under 18s. What do you like about his game?
There we go. Poltapov, finally. Okay. They say his best case scenario, according to Hockey News, is Jesper Fast. 5'11", 174 pounds, from Russia.
Of young players, and this guy is just part of that mix. These Russian players just continue to churn.
Back to Bill Daly for the next pick.
Okay, next pick.
With the second pick of the second
Here we go.
round, the 34th selection overall, the Anaheim Ducks have selected Olin Zellweger from Everett of the Western Hockey League.
Zellweger.
Congratulations to Renee. That weighs 8 pounds. Olin was 6 days from missing the cut to be drafted.
Zellweger.
The Caps fan growing up, the grade 8s, his favorite.
Man, I love this young man, and it was he too that really started to stick out.
Defenseman.
Under 18s. He plays for Dennis Williams, and this Everett program has really pumped out a lot.
They say his skating ability creates havoc for the other teams. Very good puck game. In 11 games, he had 2 goals, 11 assists, plus 5 rating. 5'9", 175 pounds. Shoots the left. Zellweger. This is where finding some of these guys becomes much more difficult. On the list here, Zellweger. Bear with me, folks. They're talking about him now, if you can hear the broadcast.
Let's send it back to Bill Daly.
With the 3rd selection in the second round,
And I can't find him.
5th selection overall, and we see Adel Kraken's second all-time selection in the NHL draft. The Seattle Kraken have selected Riker Evans from Regina.
Gonna have to move on for now. Oh, there's Owen Zellweger, number 71, ranked by the Hockey News.
From Regina.
Anaheim,
At this slot.
number 34. Okay, the Kraken, Riker Evans, a defenseman.
So far here.
Riker Evans.
Yeah, this is
I think
here already.
they're searching for the guy too.
That three.
Because of this being
Riker Evans.
things are upside down. Reader, you've touched on this, just how different this year has been.
Well, no question. The in-person viewings are not there. You've got to watch a lot more tape.
They're-
rather than actually being
yeah,
there live.
They haven't put his information up on the board. They haven't found him yet.
The scouts can't even be there. As much
Evans.
As
You got to project from a year ago.
you know what, Brooks, you know this is past Jim. It's when the scouts come from one side of the
I
country.
wonder if he's even on my list here.
crossover, and
If they can't even find him.
You don't have any of that. Everything is on the computer. And that's why it's
Evans.
Here's what we're going to see, though, guys. We're going to see re-entry players. A late 2001 born birth in. Why are we going to see more re-entry players in this day? Because we'll have a little bit more certainty. When you look at a team like Regina that's constantly being scouted, it's an easy
Yeah,
place to get to. You know
the
that
broadcast doesn't even have any information about him yet.
team, but there are some guys that just stick out in your eye, and then you continue to watch these players every time you watch this team. So now you've got 3-year bank of games in which to have seen this player. So rather than say, "Well, we saw this guy for 20 games, stopped and started in this league," what we do have is some certainty because we're able to go back a little bit where we were able to watch games in a regular season where it wasn't affected by the pandemic. And you say, we're a lot more certain about this guy. So the re-entry player, I felt and predicted going back.
Yeah, it sounds like he's a re-entry player, as you're saying.
More of those guys, and this is the first of what I expect to be many.
Led all WHL D-men in assists.
Led all WHL D-men in assists.
Expansion team, the Kraken, to the team that preceded it. Entering the league, the Vegas Golden Knights, they're next. They're on the clock. Reader, what does this team need? They've been in the final
Yeah, he's not listed.
4 years.
Evans is not listed here.
Because of their draft picks, because they were able to trade first-round draft picks and get players, and that's exactly where they're at. So what they need is they can use some depth. And probably
Yeah, he's not listed. I don't know why I looked at this at all. Okay.
So we just
Put an asterisk beside his name.
now look and say, well, we could probably use some strength up the middle. At the end of the day, if I'm a general manager, I think I'm always falling back on taking extra defense. I don't think you can have enough defense.
Who do we have
And I
next
think
here?
if you're in choice right
Vegas
now,
and
second round
Arizona.
At depth, and you're looking at depth
Vegas,
in 4 or 5 years. with these young players,
Arizona.
I think it's
Detroit,
like, all right, let's see if we
Ottawa.
can't stock up on defense. Another salient point here is you're really going to lean on your connections, your inside information, whether you know coaches, general managers, if it's trainers, if it's equipment managers, if you have an area scout that's really dialed.
Who else got no sleep?
You see that.
There's no one in the chat room.
Really
Okay.
good synergy in certain
All right.
places. So if you have that type of scout that's really dialed into the community and the player, you're going to lean on that person more.
Do-do-do.
Because again, you're going to have more certainty about what this player is going to bring to the table for you. I think character comes into play a little bit more, and of course, you're addressing those positions D and center, which are the most important to try and get.
A timeout is being taken. It gives me a chance.
One point, tell it, yeah,
Of course.
when you draft a re-entry player like that, when you
Don't
draft
know what
and you're a new franchise,
stick Zellweger is from the Anaheim Ducks.
Great point.
Yeah, so we already got one guy off the board who just was not on my hockey news list here.
you're going to draft a 18-year-old
And Vegas is on the clock.
Changes that may happen, but still would affect Seattle this year in terms of junior players.
Do we have our Buffalo watcher still here?
You can specifically target
Surprised with Pulp Topov, perhaps?
On the clock, as we said,
Not much time to reflect on these players today. That's just going to be the way it is.
Use a timeout.
Ooh, Vegas might use a timeout.
Okay, so during this timeout,
Yeah, Vegas is using a timeout.
how well Vegas has drafted. As I was watching the
Huh.
final, there was this Suzuki
They need some centers. I don't think that's.
and my goodness,
They've been trading them all away.
right at
I mean, they got Nolan Patrick, but man, they're thin down the middle. Like at this point, it doesn't really matter. He's not going to be ready for a couple of years anyway, and I think that's their window, 2-3 years, maybe.
How does that happen?
It's projection, and that's what you're thinking about here. And it goes a lot. And Dave, you know this from your time.
Anton
Younger
Lundell.
players, it gets a little bit more predictable as you get older. So now you're looking into the junior leagues, and they've grown a little bit more. They've physically matured a little bit
Fine,
more.
Lundell.
Their character has started to come
Lundell.
personality, but it's really about that projection. What you're watching for in the South things with Suzuki, guy where he was slight of frame, but he was always in great position. He was really smart. He was able to think the
Paul
game at the same
Topov.
pace that he was able
Yeah,
to play.
left shot,
which
right winger.
It might not make sense, but when
Oh, this
you're
calls him a
on the
right
team,
winger.
you have to anticipate so far.
Here's a
ahead
left
where your
shot.
Teammates are going to be where you want to go on the ice, where you want to take the play.
So he plays
That's
both
one thing
wings
that
then.
Suzuki did extremely
Paul to
well.
Paul.
And it transitioned over from Owen Sound into Guelph with Canada, and of course, it's been miraculous what he's done in Montreal. So
Fair to say,
But he is a left shot.
that was a big thing too, and I think he recognized that. I mean, he's a smart young man. His brother Ryan is the same.
All right. So Vegas is taking time out. We're waiting on them. Good Lord, I hope every other team doesn't do this. This is going to take forever today. Last year was 8 hours. Oh my God.
Let's see. Here's what's happened already in round 2.
And yesterday was, how long was yesterday? It was like around 5 hours. Much longer than I thought it would be. Talking to myself.
Accessories and camp gear. For next level camping with rooftop tents, camp furniture, the coolest coolers.
What's wrong with this light? Oh, figure out what's wrong with my light here.
Look at this guy. He's really working hard. You know what he'll get? Muscle pain. Give up. The couch is calling. Pain says you can't. Anfield says you can. How great is this? Shawarma at 3,000 feet.
That's a good new Skip the Dishes commercial with the guy from Mad Men. I just can't think of his name right now. That's pretty funny. Oh, what happened there? There we go. Fixed it. Fixed the light. Why is it jumping like that, though? Jumping by. Anyways, it's kind of working. That's good enough for me. You mentioned that up, is it? Okay. And we are in commercial. Vegas is taking its sweet time here. Maybe there's a trade that might be happening. That could be why they're taking so long too.
They're staying at the same hotel, but there's one big difference: the price.
Oh,
Hotel is the usual website, whereas Anthony's Travago is
I think I got like 5 hours sleep last night. We'll see how long I last today. Compared to the last few years, the attendance record for these, for at least mine, live reaction draft has been really low. But that's okay. It's all about, having fun. But that's what I've noticed anyhow. Better get my energy level up. Have some matcha. I'm chugging here. Vegas has 14 seconds. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. So how many timeouts do you have? Here we go.
Dartmouth. Big Green. Bill Daly, take it away.
We do have a trade to announce.
Oh, trade.
Vegas Golden Knights have traded pick number 36 in the 2021 draft to the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for picks number 38 and number 128 in the 2021 draft. That means Detroit is now on the clock.
Hey, fellas, right?
Yeah, probably one of those guys.
So Detroit trades with Vegas and gets that pick at number 36.
Those guys, I think, would be the expectation here. And the thing is, when you're armed with all kinds of picks, 33 in the last 3 years for Steve Yzerman, a bunch more this year, you have the opportunity to trade around. And what's
are they going to update this or what?
What they call a draft pick value chart. So you look down the chart, you say 38 is worth, 29 and 175, or however the machination works. But
yeah, so Detroit's, so Vegas is 38 now. So Vegas got an extra pick out of this one. This is the second or third time that Yzerman has bumped up in the draft
Why could that be different, Sam?
to pick someone. He did He did that for a goalie yesterday, I want to say, and
How many games
somebody
they
else.
play in the NHL. I've had teams tell me it's 60.
I can't think of at the moment.
It's 120 to measure the meaningfulness of the player.
I'll take a look at my pictures here from my board yesterday.
We were working on this back in the 08. I had to chuckle because one draft, Mike Peterson may have dropped a piece of their value chart.
Detroit, yeah, they picked up goalie Casa at 15,
this is a new world we're living in. Every team
and
knows
defenseman Edvinson at
When Stevie
number
Boyd
6.
drafts, I'm compelled to mention, especially with the back-to-back cups for Tampa, at 58.
That's 3 picks in the top 36 for Detroit.
So as the numbers get higher, typically fans start to wonder
Incredible.
how good will the player be.
Incredible.
Let's find out who the player is. Back to the deputy commissioner.
With the 36th overall selection
Here we go.
in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Detroit Red Wings have selected Shai Boom from Sioux City of the United States.
That's a pretty cool
The
hockey
Arizona
name.
Coyotes are next on the clock.
Shai Boom. Huh.
Shai Boom is a big kid. I got to see him play at the
6'3", 209 pounds. He's a defenseman. Shoots left.
He's headed to the University of
UIUM.
Yeah, 6'3", 210 pounds, left shot D. Comes from San Diego, California. Got a very interesting background. Brother plays as well. Went to Shattuck. And
Let's see if I can find this guy. He doesn't look familiar.
that's the thing.
He's from San Diego. In 50 games, 4 goals, 22 assists, plus 16. Really quick in transition, shifty with puck, has good gaps and really good stick. Okay. Wow, it's fluent in Hebrew. I'll let you listen what they're saying about him.
What you
See
see
if I can-
is a lot of this starts in minor hockey. You're looking at the Brick tournament, it's huge, the Quebec Pee Wee tournament. So you're going back well into the history of these players. And now what we're starting to see is, especially in a lot of the southern states where
I don't
players
recognize this kid at
retire,
all.
Nice place to live, so they end up keeping their family there. Florida's coming prominent, so is the Texas area. We've seen it a little bit in St. Louis with retired
Here he is.
players.
Okay, so he's ranked number 62 by the Hockey News
The junior
overall, and he was ranked 100 by International Scouting, actually, and Detroit moved up to pick him at 36.
Selection in the 2021 NHL Draft.
Another trade.
The Arizona Coyotes have selected Josh
Oh, no.
Doan from Chicago in the United States Hockey League. Congratulations to Shane and to Josh.
Josh Doan to the Coyotes. Surprise, surprise.
This is one of those selections to feel great about. Passed over in the 2020 draft. Shane Doan and that Doan family have a history of
Josh Doan,
excellence in
right wing,
toughness,
6'1", 183 pounds, shoots right.
Yeah, no, I mean, congratulations to Shane and Andrea, Josh's mom as well. He's a guy that, you heard in talking about him, he got a lot bigger and a lot stronger in the offseason because he was not the selection, as you mentioned, Tony, in the draft last year. Played for the Chicago Steel, and that's the team that won the Cup.
Doan, well, that's very convenient for him and his family, that's for sure.
Josh turned around in the offseason.
Let's see
Had the growth spurt, got bigger, got stronger. All the
where I can
numbers
find
checked out.
Doan here.
And he had a great year this year. So,
Anything happening in the chat? Nope.
We'll see how it plays out.
Doan.
EJ, I got goosebumps. LG, just and look at the reaction. That's what a proud papa looks like.
Doan, yeah, Shane Doan's really happy about that, obviously.
But right now, he's just a dad who's ecstatic. We can all identify with that. EJ, the fact that he's a Coyote, Winnipeg Jets become the Coyotes, and Doan never left
He was
there.
born in Arizona,
He's on a
too,
team to this franchise
I believe.
who won a championship and never left there. As we've talked about so many times, a man of great character. How fitting that his son gets drafted by the Yotes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because a lot
Breaks
of
my heart. It's so beautiful.
Bob
Doan, where can I find Doan
was,
here?
someone that got to play in the National Hockey League.
That is cool, though.
There was some concern
All
that
joking
when he
aside.
was in the organization because Bob was such a big part.
Where are you, Doan?
Would impact his development, but in this case, I guess the world has changed a lot in the last 20 plus years, and Josh has become a really a high-end player with all the work he's put in. The Arizona Coyotes are building kind of.
Come on, Doan.
Bill Armstrong, the manager there, so I'm excited for Josh.
There we go. Ranked 98 by the Hockey News.
NHL
Yeah,
player.
6'2", 276 pounds. I mentioned that already. Played in Chicago at the USHL.
So he's done the work and he's earned this.
Goes 37.
One of you thought he would be an intriguing story on this day, Sam.
That's quite the jump.
You get to buy dinner now. Yeah, great. And you got the running. He was
Nailed it. To no one's thoughts.
You get the wine.
Huh.
Lots will be okay. This is not
He flourished in a bigger role this season. He can put up numbers and uses his size well. All right.
That has been on the last 2 years, and you look at
Carolina and
Brock Shannon with the Chicago Steel,
Vancouver.
unbelievable developmental program, and they had to sell to this guy that hey, we're going to have to pull you out of some games, get you into the weight room a little bit more. 2 years ago, well, it worked tremendously because he comes back, 31 goals, 70 points for that championship Chicago Steel team. So by no means is
Still talking about Doan here on the broadcast.
Talk about fun is how Rome fell. Story. Let's go back to Bill Daly.
Doo-doo.
Next selection, Vegas Golden Knights.
With a 38.
Anton Liddell is already drafted. Yes, thank you for saying me the flipping through. That's why he sounded familiar, but I couldn't find him because I wasn't looking at the guys who were still available.
No relation. Ottawa Senators are on the clock. Sorry to the deputy commissioner. No relation to the former Coyotes super GM.
Daniel Shaika,
You can see the
defenseman,
reaction
shoots
there.
left.
Hugs all around. And the sweater. Immediately. Oh, these are such great moments. Congrats to Shaika.
This guy's story is really interesting because he comes over from Russia to play minor hockey in Canada, in the Toronto area, and there's a reason why players were doing it. It was happening for a little while. That if you
Okay, left shot defenseman for the Vegas. He's a physically strong. He's a two-way defenseman, a steady player that makes a few mistakes. That's what the scouts say about him. He's 18, 6'3", 187 pounds. Let's find him. Can we find him? Is the question.
Part of the Guelph Storm team that won an OHL championship in 2018, I believe it was. And then
A lot of these very high picks are coming off the board. Starting to come off the board. High-ranked picks, excuse me.
He had to make some decisions. Well, I got to get back to Russia. So he bounced around a little bit. Basically, the Russians used the Tarhala Cup, which is normally a men's tournament, to play with their junior team. He went out and won it. He played really well there, but then he goes back into league play. He's having trouble. World juniors really maybe didn't get along.
They're talking about him now.
He took a little bit of a step back, and his year literally was a roller coaster year. I think he's going to find.
There he is. Okay, so he's ranked 30th overall by the Hockey News. Again, left shot defenseman, 6'3", 185 pounds. Best case scenario, they say he's like Esa Lindell of the Dallas Stars.
He said, L'Oreal, Professor Igor, Professor, back to.
So number 38.
Belongs to Ottawa.
So he falls to Vegas.
Overall selection in the 2020
Ottawa.
NHL draft. The Ottawa Senators have selected Zach Ostenchuk from Vancouver of the Western Hockey League. Carolina is on the clock.
Zach Ostenchuk. Osta. Wow, that's a hard one.
Life's greatest challenge is you get to the bottom of the bag.
And he's a 6'3", left shot center. Osta P. Chuck.
I think it's going to be that kind of thing. But everybody's trying to look back at what they had in their
Yeah,
records.
left shot
Trying to
P.
make tough decisions. That's why when you ask some teams this year, Tony, I specifically
Center, left shot
would rather
center.
have more picks this year or less. And I would say that overwhelmingly, more people said, I'd rather have.
All right, so left shot center
Just because they're uncomfortable with it. Now, there
for
were teams that I did speak
the Ottawa
to.
Senators here. Sorry if I don't answer all your questions in the chat right away. It's a frenzy to find these players here
Like Carolina comes to mind for that.
in my listings.
He's
Ostenchuk.
the most improved player on the Giants. You know because of your experience.
I need like an assistant here.
Pete, and what Sam pointed out is you're projecting. What does it tell you when a young man is voted most improved player?
This should be an easy name to find.
It tells you that, first of all,
I'm using the Hockey News magazine, which lists them conveniently, but still, it can be difficult to find these players.
They want more ice time. It's difficult to give in junior hockey in Canada to give the 16 and
They
17
knew who this kid
was
right away,
And at
so
times,
he's got to
the
be
best
in
team
here.
is 20-year-old league. So for
Where?
most improved, that means you're buying into the system. You're doing what the team is asking, and that's a pretty prestigious honor to be.
The deputy commissioner has the first of 4 Carolina second.
No, he's not listed in the hockey news.
With the 40th
Completely off the-
selection in the 2021
Here we go.
NHL draft, the Carolina Hurricanes have selected Scott Morrow of Shattuck St. Mary's.
Scott Morrow.
The Vancouver Canucks are now on the clock.
Shattuck St. Mary's is one of the legendary brands. So many huge names.
Okay, Scott Morrow for the Canes, a
So
right shot defenseman, 6'2", 195 pounds. I say outstanding skater, handles the puck well and has good vision. Threat each time he has the puck. In 30 games, 8 goals, 40 assists. He's from Connecticut too. Right shot D.
Shattuck St. Mary's realized that 37 NHL players have come out of there. It's a pretty awesome hockey school.
Okay, let's find him.
The next level. Together this presentation to families like
Morrow's got to be in here, right?
you're going to say no to that. You obviously have to have the resources to do it. But then
Yes, Morrow is in here.
the sisters are going and
He's number 25, ranked 25. Yeah, Scott Morrow. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do from now on. It'll be easier.
Scott Morrow's a guy that
Carolina.
probably taken his act to the next level.
So his best case scenario they have for him written in the hockey news is John Carlson.
His skating ability is absolutely elite.
Great elite skater, apparently.
Produce offense from the back end with size. And we see and talk about all these defensive groups that have good size.
So he was ranked 25th by the hockey news, 99th by international scouting, and he goes 40th.
So we tend to find certainty with parents that have been there and done that. But the Shattuck St. Mary's program obviously very productive.
Atu Ratty, yeah, he's still on the board here. They say his best case scenario is Sean Monahan. They compare it. 6'1", a left shot center. They say he's got an issue with confidence. That's the scouting on him, but he does have a lot of talent, so we'll see where he goes. Still talking about Scott Morrow. Wow, I can't believe I'm all caught up. Are my lights dying? It's Vancouver's pick. I think my light's dying.
Served as the Canucks chief amateur scout for 35 years. Ron is Cree from the Beardies and Okanagan First Nation. He has broken barriers in pro sports and continues to inspire Indigenous youth by sharing his experiences and encouraging their participation in sport. Ron's mother, Gertrude DeLore,
You got
is a
plugged.
residential school survivor and has faced incredible challenges throughout her life because of her experiences as a child. In honor of his mother, Ron will make the second round selection on behalf of the Vancouver Canucks. Ron?
In honor of all residential children and survivors, Vancouver is proud to select from Dynamo, Belarus, Yana Kovacic.
Oh, it sounds Russian.
The Ottawa Senators are now on the clock.
Very inspiring stuff there. Klimovich, remember, had a hat trick against Switzerland.
Klimovich,
Had 12 shots on goal in the first 2 games.
right winger.
Yeah, Kovacic is a really interesting guy.
6'2", 202 pounds. Strong skater with smooth hands and a quick shot. Very creative with pucks and competes hard. He's from Belarus. 37 games, 28 goals, 24 assists.
He's a guy that 5 for 6 amongst all skaters.
Okay. Klimovich.
5 for 6 with 6. That was before you talked about the hat trick. So 28 goals in 37 games for the season. 5 for 11 in the league. His team in Mitch won 48 times. And this guy didn't get a lot of games. Didn't win a lot of games. He got both. Overall, though, he is a guy that I don't know. I just feel like this is what you're going to see.
Klimovich. See if I can find him here. Klimovich.
That's the type of look we're looking at. This is going to be fascinating as it plays out. I looked at some video of him. I was pretty darn impressed with this game.
I was impressed with Pierre Dorion when we spoke to him yesterday. He likes the direction of the Sens. They continue to move in that direction.
He's not
We return
another
to
player.
day 2 of the draft. Round
They're
2.
going to a commercial break here. I'm trying to look up Klimovich that Vancouver just picked in the hockey news. And they seem to have known him and had footage on him, but it's odd that he's not listed in the top 100 in the hockey news at all. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna put a little asterisk beside him. So we've got 3 players so far that were not listed in the hockey news top 100. Hey, dyslexic, am I having fun yet? As long as this matcha will last me, I will be having fun. Yeah, it's all good. Didn't get much sleep, but excited to do this. Oh, the match is gone. No. What am I gonna do? I don't think I'll be touching any beer today. Now on, I'll continue on with the water. There we are.
When an impaired driver killed my brother DJ, some people used the A word. They called it an accident, but it wasn't.
Huh.
An accident.
That is a very sad commercial. Klimovich.
Chooses to drive. They're fully responsible for the crash that can result. So please, for the memory of my brother DJ and thousands of families whose lives have been shattered.
Yeah. Okay. 3 players already just completely off the board so far. Am I repeating myself? Probably. There's a lot of. This is going to be, yeah. I mean, we all knew this was going to be a crazy draft because of how many players either didn't play or didn't play much or played in different countries because they couldn't play on their own. So there's been a lot of movement after the, I don't know, I want to say the top 15 or so, and then it's sort of been all over the place after that. The highest ranking player, again, by the hockey news, that has not been picked so far is Nikita Chibrikov. If I'm probably butchering that. I can't even pronounce butcher. Yeah, and he's Russian. He's a left shot right winger, 5'10", and they compare him to Andrei Svechnikov, although he's nowhere near the size. But yeah, so he's still left on the board. He's ranked number 14 overall and 11th by international scouting. So this guy must have fallen hard. If they've already picked 3 guys who aren't even in the top 100, and Chibrikov is still lying there. Here we go. Another trade.
Traded pick number 42 in the 2021 draft, the Los Angeles Kings. In exchange for picks number 49 and number 136.
Okay, so the Kings are picking next now.
That means the Los Angeles Kings are on the clock.
Arizona, Carolina, Calgary.
Well, this always conveys to me that a team really wants a particular player. Is that what this means?
Yes, it is, and it also conveys that Ottawa is laissez-faire on their pick and knowing that they could probably get him by moving down 5, 6, 7 picks and picking up another asset. So there's 2 ends going on. LA, on the other hand, they're sitting there saying, we really like this guy. I think he might go.
We had him.
I think he might go.
Yeah.
I think he might go. We got to move up. Okay, bang. Let's expend an asset. Let's go grab him. That's what you do as a GM on day 2.
Okay, Ottawa makes a trade, picks up an extra pick. LA is now on the clock.
But, you're listening to your scouts. You're listening to people around the table.
Dyslexic. I'm guessing we're going to see more unknowns than usual this year because scouts probably went to places they usually don't go because of availability. Yes, that's also a reason. Yeah, for sure.
In the 3-piece suit, Elliot Friedman.
Oh, they're going to Elliot Friedman.
Professor Plum with the 3-piece suit in the Sportsnet studio.
He looks like the Joker
There's
with
a
that
big
purple
deal
suit.
being worked on right now between Columbus and Philadelphia, and I don't know all of the particulars, but the key
Really?
people are Cam
There is a
Atkinson and Jacob Voracek. And, Philadelphia. And
There's a
Voracek
Cam
are
Atkinson, Jacob Voracek deal being discussed between Columbus and Philadelphia.
It wasn't acrimonious from what I was told. They realized that he might have to be back next year, but that's not going to happen. Voracek, of course, was drafted by Columbus. He's going back there, and Atkinson's going to Philadelphia. Atkinson, of course, a long-time Blue Jacket, both Chuck Fletcher and Jarmo Kekalainen, keeping us working. We'll see how it all goes, but this is going to happen.
I'm going to go get a candlestick and look up acrimonious while I send it back to the Deputy Commissioner, Bill Daly.
With the 42nd
Wow,
overall
interesting.
selection of the
News
2021
there.
NHL draft, the Los Angeles Kings have selected Francesco Pinelli.
Francesco Pinelli. Oh, there's Pinelli.
Oh, one of the Arizona Coyotes are on the clock.
One of you was on this story.
Yeah, so this young man
He's
is
a
gonna be
6
really
foot
excited
center.
because there's no question he and his family
Scouts
thought
say
that
he
they
has
should
good
have won
feet and
yesterday.
agility.
Prognosticators had
He's
it
a solid 200-foot player that can play skill game or tight checking game. In 59 games in the OHL, that's 2019-20, 18 goals, 23 assists, plus 18 from Hamilton, Ontario. I got to read that fast before they take him off the board. So Francesco Pinelli, they compare him to Ryan Strome. He was ranked 33 by the Hockey News, 26 by International Scouting. He goes in the 42 spot. That's him right there.
How often and how hard is it to score in the National Hockey League? You're talking about a guy who can do it quickly, and you hope that projects and translates to the next level.
Synopsis. If you had to take a guess without knowing
In the scouting community, soft skill. That would be the knock, where maybe he doesn't assert himself physically. I think the work rate is actually pretty good, but the quote I heard was soft skill.
Gold medalist. 2 points tonight. Back to Bill Daly.
In the under 18s for Canada, in 7 games, he had 4 goals, 11 points.
The 2021 NHL draft, the Arizona Coyotes
Sorry.
selected Ilya Fedotov,
Okay.
Russian Junior League. The Carolina Hurricanes are on the clock.
Lots.
Okay, Ilya Fedotov.
Which also produced chess Natalia
He's a skilled two-way winger, smart player that handles puck well, smooth hands.
Yeah, this is where we're going to really find out what
And he's from Russia, obviously. He's left winger, 6 foot 176 pounds.
he needs to win.
In 54 games, 18 goals, 26 plus 15 rating in the MHL.
Interesting. Yes.
Ilya Fedotov.
He showed a lot. He's a guy that, honestly, he could have went in this round to the 4th round. It was that kind of variance on this player. Why? Just uncertainty from people. Played plenty of games. Played 54 games this year. So it's not like you couldn't have got enough viewings on him. And I don't necessarily mean in person, just with the video capabilities we've talked about, Sam. There are no games played anymore around the world that you really can't find video on. So this is just the debate that's going on. There's a lot to like there.
Ilya Fedotov. Okay, let's see where Hockey News has him.
Consistently said, but there is a little bit of confusion in terms of is he a competitor? Is he going to compete every night? And when you ask people like Jeff Gordon, what's the most important thing that you need from these kids in today's world? It's character. I'm not saying that his isn't great. I'm just saying there's a question mark.
How about 6 game winners? Reminds me of Brad Richards with the Bolts in 04. Nice. You can come through 7 times like he did, you win.
He's not another player. He's not on the list.
Have that clutch gene. Does it demonstrate itself?
He's not ranked in the top 100 according to the Hockey News.
Yeah. Lots of guys that were clutch players, but they didn't necessarily get the opportunity until
Interesting.
certain times in their career. So yes, you can demonstrate it, but you don't always get that opportunity.
So they're saying, yeah, I don't know if you heard all that, but they say he has some soft skill.
Let's get back to that trade because there were a lot of people.
His effort was a question.
Voracek this past season. In fact, since he signed that big deal, sounds like he's headed back to the team he started with. And for Cam Atkinson, an all-star and a feel-good story, 30-goal scorer for Columbus. Your reaction, Reader, to the move?
Well, I think it's going to be something that you're taking a heart and soul to.
So now talking about the
and you're taking a veteran offensive guy out of Philadelphia.
the Cam Atkinson, Jacob Voracek deal that's being worked on by Columbus and Philadelphia right now. It looks like that's happening. Thank you for the thumbs up, everybody. Appreciate it. It helps the Voodoo algorithm on YouTube. So, gracias.
Trade deadline. Now we have to go in a new direction. And Cam Atkinson has been great in Columbus, but no question, if you want to change, you need to change the core. Both teams changing core players. I think Philadelphia, for me, that's what they needed to do. They needed to look.
Voracek was just getting eaten alive by that Philadelphia media there.
Right now it's Voracek.
It's about that contract, I know, and him not living up to it. But
where do they go? And at the end of the day, it's going to be who gets in the playoffs, which it looks like Philadelphia is obviously going in that direction, or they're pushing to get in that direction, especially.
Okay, who else do we have after Calgary? Philly and Dallas. Philly and Dallas.
Time will tell.
Pick 44, back to Bill Daly.
Carolina, the Hurricanes are taking their timeout.
Oh, Carolina's taking a timeout.
So timeout utilized by the Carolina
So it's
Hurricanes.
we're probably talking about a trade here.
Changing the core. And I think about
That's the thing about this in this draft. I've noticed too. There's only been trades for picks during the draft. There hasn't been trades for players and picks like we've seen in the past.
We thought that team had.
It's just about moving up and down
Oh my goodness.
in this draft. That's all we've seen so far. Dyslexic. NHL had Fedotov ranked 28th amongst European skaters. Really? And I can't even find him in this at all. That's sorry. Again, I gotta stop. I know the mic's right there, and I just slapped the magazine down.
They were winning. That can happen in the national hockey.
Yeah, that's.
Particularly through small
Thanks for
samples.
chipping in there with that bit of info.
Caught up with them. When it fell apart, it fell hard.
I need an
And they've
assistant
taken
here.
serious Chuck Fletcher is very decisive.
Thank God for you, Dizzy.
Minnesota.
Thank God for you.
He recognized that they had some issues. He's gone
So
out.
Carolina's on the clock. They're probably working out a trade, I would imagine, to move up or
I
down.
don't think so. I just
To
think
move
they're
down,
so
most likely.
well,
Obviously,
if you
to
want
move
a big
up. Why would
change,
they? They
that
can't
would
move
make
up.
prices
Duh.
doing that. They're gonna be significantly better.
The most important position on the ice is your goaltender. And Carter Hart did not live up to his expectations.
They're talking about Philly, and now we're talking about Carter Hart having a bad year.
Goaltending issues, it affects everything you do. Your defensemen play a lot tighter. They stay home. They don't take as many chances. Your forwards put pressure on.
Philly now needs to find someone to play with Ristolainen on his left side. I imagine Risto would be on the second pairing there. So they need like a defensive defenseman to play with him.
Philadelphia was terrible.
Well,
They were
that's what I'm saying.
terrible. I'm a player. The leadership on that team needed to change, and it needs to change. And if you're moving Voracek, you're changing your leadership. I look at the players on this team. That was a terrible team.
Well, they're not pulling punches here with Philly. They're just calling them an absolutely terrible team this past season.
That's what needs to happen. Goaltenders
At your service. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to keep doing that when it comes to the NHL, please feel free to throw that into the chat for every player if you'd like. I can't pronounce your YouTube name. Can I just call you Ja? I'll call you Ja. Do you think that Owen Power will play in the NHL the first year? No, I do not. I think it's pretty clear he wants to go back to Michigan State, and I think that's a good choice for him too, because regardless of his choice, if I was Buffalo, I would have told him to go back to school and play again, because Buffalo's gonna, let's not pull any punches here. They're gonna suck next season. They're trading away, a lot of their high talent NHL players. It looks like Reinhardt's going to Florida at any point now. That's being worked on. Who knows when Eichel will go, but we know that's going to happen. Just checking out the news, updating my news feed here. Yeah, so they're still working on the Reinhardt to Florida deal. Oh, we have some new news here. It looks like, okay, so we have some somewhat breaking news here. It looks like the Oilers are going to be choosing a higher cap hit and a 7-year deal over giving up an asset in a sign-and trade with the Toronto Maple Leafs. So if you all remember what that was about, the Leafs were trying to work out something with Edmonton in which they would sign him for 8 years so Edmonton can bring down Hyman's cap hit to closer to right about $5 million. as opposed to paying him probably closer to 5.5. I'm going to guess somewhere around there, over 7. And I mean, this is only according to Leaf Nation where I'm getting this right now. It's been posted on the Score, so maybe not take this. But it sounds like that's what's happening. It looks like they don't. I think Toronto wanted a. They were looking for. I think Edmonton was willing to give up a 6th round pick, and I think Toronto wanted something higher, obviously, maybe a 5th or a 4th, and it looks like the Oilers don't want to do that, and they want to pay him more and go for 7 years instead of 8. I hope Holland is going to buy out Koskinen, because I just don't know. I think he paid Smith too much money. I know it's only $2 million, but it's a stagnant cap and a 2-year deal for a guy who's about to turn 40. I know he had a good year last year, but the previous 2 seasons before that, he did not. And it's a coin toss with how that Smith is going to do next season. He could just as easily be awful. I don't know what the likelihood of him repeating that performance. So, yeah. Oh, we're back from the commercial break here, waiting for Carolina.
Overall selection in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Carolina Hurricanes have selected Alexei Heindl from the Finnish Junior League.
Oh, they selected a player here.
Are now on the clock.
Heimo Salmi, the best defenseman at the 2021
A right shot defenseman.
Championship.
Heimo
Alexei
Salmi.
Heindl is a guy I had, and he is from Aset, Pori, beautiful seaside town in Finland. This guy had a big year. He's considered one of the most improved prospects in the entire Finnish junior ranking. He's a great skater, mobile, very good balance, mobility. Has a veteran mentality in terms of his understanding of the game. He's a rock solid competitor. He heard he was named the best defenseman in 2021 U18 World Championship. Kind of reminds me of a guy like Neil Pionk. You ever watch Neil Pionk play?
They're comparing him to Neil Pionk. Let's see if I can find him here.
Everything he does, whether it's hitting, shooting, quickness to the corner, that's what Heimo Salmi reminds me of. This is an excellent pick for Carolina, a team that has a real penchant for going back to Finland. They obviously had great luck with Sebastian.
Ranked 68th overall by the Hockey News.
Reader, you know something based on a text from Adam Foote about defensemen size and 6 feet tall.
Yeah, it is amazing that if you go back the past few years, the teams that get the Stanley Cup final, almost 99% of those defensemen are 6 feet or taller. So it's that might be the trend we're seeing. And we kind of
So in 35 games in Finland in the juniors, he had 4 goals, 17 assists.
And it seems as we're going back to more of the size, and every kid can skate now.
This guy's not
He's 5'11". Yeah, if I mentioned that already.
5'11",
They're saying he won the top D-Man award at World Under-18s. Back home, he got more assertive as season went on. At his best, he's a mobile puck mover who sees the ice well. Still raw is what it says here about him. Next.
The 45th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Calgary Flames have selected William Strandgren from Modo, the Swedish league. The Philadelphia Flyers are now on the clock.
A 3-year contract signed with Rogel of the SHL.
Left winger. They say he's very good puck skills and vision. He's at his best when he has the puck. 27 games, 3 goals, 6 assists, +7 rating in Sweden. He's from there. William Strongman. Stromgren.
And quickness, when you're 6'3" and you're 18 years old, sometimes your feet aren't the quickest, but it's not about the quickness of his feet, it's about the strength that this young man possesses. He goes to that hard, he plays it north, south.
6'3", 175 pounds. Left shot. Okay, let's see if I can.
And it's going to be interesting to see his development because it's 6'3", and he loves the physical game. He loves going north south in the game.
Okay, he's ranked 34th overall by the Hockey News. 45th Calgary.
6'3" on the wing is always a good thing when you try to.
Okay, so his best, they call him, they say he's similar to Chris Kreider of the Rangers in the Hockey News. International Scouting had him at 40. Hockey News at 34. He goes 45th to the Calgary Flames. There was a question about if he would be a first rounder as well.
Those particularities, whether it's the agility, whether it's the edge work, or whether it's something like that first step quickness. It's interesting because Stroman's a big kid, 6'3", he's got the long stride. A lot of scouts and reports were at times he can look lazy.
What do we got here in the chat?
And he speaks so well that you look slower than you are. You just don't look like he's just not giving enough rather than being 5'9".
Yeah, Atu Radi was ranked first a year ago, and now he isn't selected yet. Dyslexic Salminium ranked 12th amongst Europeans, according to NHL Scouting. 12th amongst Europeans.
Let's send it fast to Bill Dan.
Before Philadelphia's next draft pick, we do have a trade to announce.
Philly is trading.
Philadelphia Flyers have traded Jakub Voracek to the Columbus Blue Jackets in exchange for Cam Atkinson. Now with the 40
Straight up trade. Voracek for Atkinson.
2021
Philly and Columbus.
Philadelphia Flyers.
Live trade. There you have it, folks. Breaking news.
Carpat, the Finnish Junior League. The Dallas Stars are now on the clock.
Hey, Jeff Gordon.
Okay, Samatumala.
Cam Atkinson, a name we've already discussed today because
Samatumala, a right winger. 5'10", 174 pounds for the Flyers.
You just stole my thunder. I was going to say about Cam Atkinson, but start to a lot like him. Around the net, goal scorer, high energy player, extremely skilled. This is a real strong.
He's talking about Samatumala at the moment.
What about the trade? What's your read on this as a GM? Do you like the move from one side or both sides?
Yeah, I think this is one team that missed the playoffs, another team that missed the playoffs. Trying to change the mix of the team. Like Dave Reed hit it right in the head. So.
Now they're talking about the Atkinson Voracek trade. Breaking news. Tumala. Okay, so Tumala was ranked 28th overall by the Hockey News.
I want to point out something and have you explain.
Obviously, he's Finnish.
60 to 80 hours during the summer working on his shot. More and more of these young players, it's no coincidence that they.
Okay, so 28th by the Hockey News, 17 by International Scouting Services. And they compare him to Jesse Pulvari.
Recognize what his best asset is and continues to work on it and improve because he knows at the next level it really counts.
What do we got here? Yeah, Elliot Friedman does look like the Joker, yeah. Tumala ranked 10th among European skaters by the NHL. Thank you. Dyslexic. Oh, Logan Stamkoven for the Dallas Stars.
Oh, Jeff, I'm not going to steal your thunder.
He is a centerman, 5'8", maybe the shortest in the draft, 170 pounds, shoots right. Logan Stamkoven. He looks familiar. They say he's elite offensive player, can score and make plays, deceptive speed, and protects puck well. Stamkoven.
A lot of production in his history, and we'll see where it goes.
This player had 3 game-winning goals despite playing 6 games. That jumped off the page at me. It's a clutch. That's what I think.
Stamkoven.
Sure seems like it.
So he might be the shortest guy in the draft
Looking at it late in games, it's your time, right?
for Dallas.
And you would hope you would follow the lead of Connor Zary, who's the first round pick of
He was ranked 39th overall by the Hockey News. And 42nd overall by International Scouting. Logan Stamkoven for the Stars.
He is like Caulfield. He is a little bit like Alex DeBrincat, right shots.
They're comparing him to Caulfield and DeBrincat. The Hockey News compare him to Cam Atkinson.
the 48th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Dallas Stars have selected Artem Grushnikov from Ceska, the Russian Junior League. The Ottawa Senators are next up on the clock.
Oh, I gotta hurry up here.
He goes in the second round here. He was a first-round pick.
Okay.
In the 2020 CHL.
Artem Grushnikov, a left shot defenseman.
Ceska, Big D, 6'2", 198 pounds. You love to see that. Everybody's drafting Big D. We know that, but there's a lot more to his game. He was in the OHL, of course. The OHL did not play this year. But I think Matthias Ekholm, that kind of look to his game. I love this guy's name.
D left shot.
Best out there. Are you kidding me? At the end of the day, he's a good skater, very reliable team player. He's a smart player, doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
Okay.
He's got a long way to go in his development. That's
Long way to go in his development. That's what they're saying.
And he missed out on Steve Sales, the general manager in Hampton. They were really excited to get this guy. If you go back in time, he was a guy that was thought to be on the fringes of the first
50
round. But when you miss it,
Rank 55 overall by the Hockey News, 30th by International Scouting. They compare him to Chris Tanev.
Bill Dan.
with the 49th overall selection in the
Oh my God, here we go.
NHL Draft, the Ottawa Senators have selected Ben Roger.
Ben Roger.
The Ontario Hockey League. The Winnipeg Jets are next up on the clock.
Another guy you know well, Sam. Another big defenseman, 6'4", 200 pounds. Another guy that just a little bit of work on his decisions in his own end. That was the biggest thing that probably stood out to me. Aside from the fact that he gained about 35 pounds over the last 12 months. I mean, think about it, Sam. That's incredible.
Sounds like me. I gained like
Ben Roger. He's a right shot defenseman.
How did you not gain weight?
165 pounds.
6'4", 165 pounds.
So you know it's going to take a little bit of time to grow.
Well, they say it's 200 pounds. He's 200 pounds. 18. Ben Roger. What did I say? Right shot D.
Over the pandemic, he was going western, eating 6, 7, 8 meals a day. Some of this
6, 7, 8 meals a day. This guy.
I tell you that 4 or 5 meals a day, and the protein.
4 or 5 meals a day. Oh my God.
Same thing. It's incredible how fast these young guys grow, and that's the craziness about the draft. You draft a player, he's 18 years old, and all of a sudden he might grow 2 inches. I don't think this young man's going to grow that much, but all of a sudden your pocket starts to fill up. You start with shoulders this big, and by the time you show up 2 years later, your shoulders you're opening 2 doors instead of 1 door. And this is the thing about the draft. It's like you're drafting.
Okay, Roger is not listed here.
Some are absolutely filled out. Others are boys that are still growing in.
This is a mystery pick.
Big defense.
Ben Roger, is not listed in the top 100 of the Hockey News. Ranked 74th amongst North Americans by NHL. Pretty low. Thanks for that. Again, Castro. Has Nikita Chibukov already been chosen? No, he has not. He's still sitting there. He's the earliest pick still available, according to the Hockey News. Yeah.
And that allowed scouts.
He was ranked number 14 by them.
To see, hey, had he grown and he put on those 35 pounds? If he did, can he still skate the way he did when he was 165
Amazing. Okay.
pounds? We're going to see a lot of players. That
Carolina Islanders Buffalo.
Those players are taking the initiative to do it. Andrew Parrott, Nathan Parrott's son, was one of the leaders in this thing for Erie, and it's going to have a significant impact. There's the first player that is.
So he's trying to catch up here.
Good on you guys for taking the initiative.
Make the call, Sam. What kind of year does he have? Sure.
He'll probably play in top 4 minutes for London, and he'll probably be a guy who gets a little bit of power play time. But as you know, with Dale and Mark Hunter, you need to earn everything. So based on his work ethic, though, it wouldn't surprise me if he elevated himself into the lineup because of that great work ethic.
The Hunters have that group to learn from. Back to Bill Denny. The Winnipeg Jets have opted to take one of their timeouts.
Oh, Jets are taking a timeout.
So timeout gives
Maybe
us
a trade.
chance to talk about something Lotz just brought up. A guy's role. He asked you, Sam.
I'm just going to catch up here with the numbers.
Once a player is
For anyone who's new, thank you for joining me. Thanks for the thumbs up. I really appreciate it. It helps with the voodoo that is YouTube.
Their property.
Well, you got a number of ways you keep tabs, but what every team is trying to do, Tony, is they're trying to do exactly what we're talking about. How did they do last year? But they're also trying to project next year. If you look back to LA, what did they have I think they had 6 of their draft picks play the World Tournament. I mean, those are the types of things that, at least when you're managing a club and you're not running things, you want to hear those types of things. You want to, what is he going to be next year? What is he going to do? That was gold for LA. To have that many players that were impactful there, too. Not every one of them in a backup goal in there, I think, in that mix. But still, you're always looking, what have you done in the past? What do we expect you to do?
How far can we see down the board here? All the way down. Okay.
Now asking, what's the opportunity going to be?
But Watts, we have to understand, drafting is the first part of the process. So you lean on your scouts and your general manager to do that.
That's about as far as I'll go for this board.
Doesn't get nearly enough love, or in my opinion, nearly enough resources.
You know what's
is the
left?
player development. So I look at a guy like Sean Donovan with Ottawa. He's all over. They're talking to their
Okay.
apps. They're watching video. But
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe if you happen to be new to the channel. Really appreciate it. I'm a very petite channel. Also a bit of a petite person. Yeah, thank you very much. And all my lights are dying on my small key lights. Try and turn up the, turn that up just a little bit. These are all dying. Battery's all dead.
So I don't think NHL teams do nearly enough of this. In my opinion, you can't have enough player development people on your staff. And you know who did it really well?
So, Winnipeg is on the clock. We're just waiting for them at the second.
That it got promoted to an assistant general manager's role because they were afraid to lose the guy. He was that good at this job. I think about John.
And that's the way it crumbles.
Look after him. The Sorellis and all these
Do I want to sit down for a second? Let me just, I got a little bench here. There we go. All right, we got 5 people.
College, and you have to have people talking to them, and the development is teach them to become.
They're talking about
players, but teach them
developing young kids right now, and how some of these guys are eating like 5-6 meals a day.
You're not coaching.
Imagine being a parent and trying to keep that fridge stocked. How much money that costs this day and age. So not only does it cost you money to buy the kids equipment and stuff, and taking them to hockey games and paying for the tournaments, but you got to keep that fridge full. I mean, even with a regular teenager, you know, they'll just, if you've ever had one living in your house, and if, I'm sure you remember being one, they go through food like there's no tomorrow. So imagine having a growing hockey player there. Man, that's thousands of dollars a month in grocery bills. That's just crazy. This is my tiny bench I'm using for the moment because my big chair is too big.
He's my favorite player. I read a book about him, and his first paycheck, he just put it aside.
Winnipeg's still on the clock.
Along the lines of life skills, it took his. He was living with the Lemieux. Mario's wife helped him go to the bank and open a bank account where he could start to deposit.
Well, thank God that kept reading because I was worried about your paychecks being in your sock drawer. Now I feel
They're talking about Crosby living with Lemieux.
It's developing these guys. These players could earn millions of dollars. They're a huge asset. I mean, you put all sorts into this player. You want this player to lead you into a Stanley Cup. You've got to develop them as soon as they're in your family. You think one
of the first things that happens,
all the GM and everybody else, it's like
the NHL will teach these kids is about financial responsibility. I mean, as a parent, you think they would teach your kid that would be pretty important before they even get picked. But here we go.
With the 50th overall selection in the 2021
Winnipeg
NHL draft, Winnipeg Jets have selected Nikita Shippurkov.
Oh, there's Nikita Shippurkov. There he goes, off the board. The youngest, earliest player ranked, still not taken. They say he's actually from Columbus. Oh no, what am I saying? He's from Russia. He's a 5'10" left shot right winger. Again, they compare him to Svechnikov. International scouting has him at 11, and he goes this late. Wow.
With losing to Canada in the under-18 final, but I like that there's some completeness to his game. I like the fact that he's willing to distribute the puck as well as he can be that threat in shooting the puck. And some of the research I've done about this player, and again, another one that I projected to go in the first round based on the skill set and the skating, there were some questions about concern, which is kind of contrary.
That's him right there. They're talking about him.
Of your team. So I think you'd have to have done a deep dive in this player to be confident that the character part matches what you see in the skill side. And again, when you're talking about drafting Russian players, it's always that challenge is that player going to come over? Is he going to accept playing in maybe the Canadian Hockey League if the team wants to place him in. Is he going to accept playing in some developmental time in the American Hockey League when you have the lure of the big dollars going to be able to play in the KHL? Some of these players get identified, they sign long-term contracts, and then it becomes really convoluted. You have to be a patient team, and you have to be a team that's...
So he's talking about why a lot of Russians haven't been picked. Yeah, basically, because the KHL is throwing these kids big money off the bat, signing them to long contracts, so they might not show up until 24, 25, like the Kaprizov.
At 17, when he was talking, all I could think about was the Minnesota Wild and
Shabrikov, I can't even say it, ranked 4th amongst Europeans by NHL scouting. Thank you. Very true. Yeah.
All but one first place vote as the Calder winner, rookie of the year. But the KHL is always a potential out. Let's send it out to Bill Daly.
So a lot of teams just don't want to put up with the hassle.
NHL draft.
Rather just maybe sign the kid as a free agent.
Junior League. Next up on the clock are the New York Islanders.
Okay, I was talking over the last pick.
Talking about rookies of the year.
Ville Koivunen, a right winger. 5'11", 161 pounds, shoots left, very good vision, speedy player with smooth hands and good shot, very dangerous around the net.
Another Finnish player. Did we mention that Carolina?
Another Finnish player.
Going to Finland.
Yes, you did.
Koivunen.
Things that jumped out at me is take a look right here. 5'11", good size.
5'11", yeah.
61 pounds, just a little bit light. Everybody's going to take a peek at that. It's not the end of the world. Kind of reminds me of a guy like Montreal Canadiens, Arturi Lehtinen. That type of
Arturi Lehtinen, they're comparing him to him.
Defensive game
of the Canadiens.
Some offense. He was named Rookie of the Year in Finland.
38 games, 23 goals, 26 assists.
But what really stood out to me is that past winners of this award in Finland, Kakko was a name that we certainly know.
Let's see if I can find him here.
How's that for another name that you know? And oh, by the way, Carolina Hurricanes own Sebastian Aho. So if that kind of shows a little bit.
Okay, Koivunen, Ville Koivunen, ranked 76th overall by the Hockey News.
I've heard of him. He's pretty good. That's analysis.
That's the like company, and Lots is doing his homework.
51 Carolina.
Does look like a good player.
Well,
All right, so he went up.
Is going to continue this trend, and nobody has ever told me that. It's just in their DNA. Now this happens. We know what Detroit has done forever. It's been like 30 years that they've drafted Swedish player. So you know that.
They also say his skating deficiencies scare scouts, but at the same time, they love his offensive instincts, hockey IQ, and compete level. He has 10 points in 7 games at the World Under 18s. That's Ville Koivunen, who was just picked by the Carolina Hurricanes at number 51.
This is not blackjack. There's so many different machinations you can't quite get there. But I'll always put money on Carolina Hurricanes to take the best finish guy available.
It's a safe bet. Back to Bill Daly.
With the 52nd overall selection and the Islanders' first selection in the 2021
Islanders
NHL draft, the Islanders have selected Aatu Räty.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Aatu Räty.
Finish.
His brother Aku was drafted by Arizona in 2019, a 5th round selection.
A center, 6'2", 185 pounds, shoots left. They say puck skills and skating ability are very good. Works hard and competes hard out there with good energy in 35 games in Liga. Karpat. I just missed some of his stats there. Now he's ranked 20th overall. Yeah, this is the guy I was mentioning earlier. They said had a bit of a confidence issue. They compare him to Sean Monahan here. Ranked 20th by the Hockey News and 20th by the International Scouting Services. First time they agreed.
These guys have all had a measured amount of success, not only half a point per game, or in Liney's case, a half a goal per game. And you can predict that moving forward into the National Hockey League with the success of the Barkovs and those types of players. Now, what's happened here with this young man is, and the pandemic has a part of it, just 6 points in 35 games. So that really is what put a pause.
6 points in 35 games.
Expected to be a first rounder
this season.
Steep decline. Back to Bill Daly for the next pick.
With the 53rd overall selection in the 2021 NHL draft,
Buffalo Sabres have selected Alexander Kislyak from Dynamo Moscow in the Russian Junior League. The Minnesota Wild are now.
Okay, Buffalo selects
As you heard,
Alexander Kiskanov, left winger, 5'10", 150 pounds, shoots left, excellent skater with acceleration and speed, smooth hands, and very good vision. 61 games, 36 goals, 37 assists, plus 42 rating in the NHL.
61 games. I don't care what league you're playing in, because you're playing against competition, usually their own age or better. You've done something extremely well, considering that last year he had 2 goals in 34 games. This is a pretty big jump. He's a smaller forward. He's a left-shooting left winger. He's about 5'10", but he's highly skilled, goal scorer and playmaker. His edge work and his quickness, when you're looking at players who are 5'10" in that category, you know they've got the fast feet. He's got extremely fast feet. He's got to put on some weight. He's only 150 pounds, but again, he's only a teenager. He's only 18 years old.
Okay.
He's got the hands, he's got the skill. He's points on the court. Tyler Ennis style of player. He may not be the guy.
Looking him up here.
We see him zipping around the ice, making plays.
Ranked 42 overall by the Hockey News. They compare him to Michael Granlund.
Go a long way, and I think that's what we're seeing in Buffalo draft with some players.
Love the left-handed version of the Ovechkin curve that he uses.
Yes.
He watches, he's got a bend on his thing.
So, yeah, 42nd by the Hockey News, ranked 38th by International Scouting Services.
No,
I don't know, he has lots like that, but
5'10", 141 pounds.
back to Bill.
That's him right there.
Fourth pick in the 2021 NHL draft, Minnesota Wild
Minnesota.
selected Jack Peart from Grand Rapids High School in Minnesota. Next
Okay.
up on the clock are the Washington Capitals.
This is so cool. It's like
Jack Peart,
TJ Radic.
a left shot defenseman. They say he's got an elite brain, poised with the puck, likes to rush puck, and has deceptive speed.
Stays home.
Jack Peart.
Great story.
Yeah, and Jack is an interesting kid because he's a high school hockey player up there in Minnesota, and he wasn't sure exactly. It's a choice that a lot of kids have to make in Minnesota. Do they want to go and play in the USHL?
This name sounds quite familiar.
In high school hockey, and he
Peart,
played
Peart.
in Fargo. He played most of his high school hockey season, and then he went back and played a little bit of Fargo at the end. It was obviously a different season.
Okay, he's ranked 63rd overall by the Hockey News. They compare him to Rasmus Sandin. Very smart player, although he's a little smaller at 5'11". Again, a left shot defenseman.
In some comparison to the Devils draft pick a couple of years ago, Ty Smith. So we'll see.
Ranked 39th by the International Scouting, 63rd by the Hockey News.
That is such an exciting thing. The state of hockey. Scott Stevens, Canadian-born, said he would get goosebumps behind the bench when they would play the American national anthem. That's how loud the crowd was at Wild games. Back to
Not in top 10 NHL rankings.
With the 55th overall selection in the 2021 NHL.
Peart ranked 27th among North Americans by NHL. Thanks. Thank you.
The Brandon Wheat Kings of the Western Hockey League. The Florida Panthers are now on the clock.
Vincent.
Okay, Vincent Iorio,
Spent the 2021 WHL.
6'2", right shot defenseman. They say he's got a great shot and gets it through. Can beat goalie from distance. Smart with puck.
Spend your time.
Vincent Iorio.
Nice touch. There's always going to be intrigue when you have size and you have a right shot defenseman, and that's what Iorio is. He continues to grow here, and I think that there's still the possibility for him to continue that growth upward. But at 6'2", 191 pounds as a right shot team, who has a longer shot.
6'2", 191 pounds. Yeah, 18.
Projection pick when it comes to, and what do I mean by that is
They call him a projection pick. He's ranked 67th overall by the Hockey News.
This sort of player, the Washington Capitals are that organization. If you look at some of the bigger guys, they've took Alexei Protas, Brett Leeson, for example. Now they go to the back end of this sort of player, and now they can just give him some time to develop.
They say he's a hidden gem that passes like a pro, has been a solid defensive D-man for the Wheat Kings, but can bring the offense and help PP. Strong kid, can be mean when he needs to be.
Lunch, we're talking about trends. 9th
Florida,
WHL
Leafs,
player
Pittsburgh.
for the Caps in the last 4 years. You go back to what works.
Yeah, you go back to Ross Mahoney. He used to be a teacher in the hockey league a long time ago. The unfounded for teams to be going there a little bit more than normal.
Let's go to Bill Dan.
With the 56th overall selection in the 2021 NHL Draft,
Florida. Here we go.
Panthers have selected Evan Naus from Quebec of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. The Toronto Maple Leafs are on the clock.
Oh, Maple Leafs on deck.
Campaign named to the all-rookie team. Let all
Evan Naus.
letters and assists and
6'2",
points this
left shot
campaign.
defenseman. They say he's a smooth and mobile and agile, transitions puck very well. Offensive game coming along nicely. 32 games in a queue, and he had 4 goals, 18 assists.
Go play for a guy like Patrick Water. He thinks can develop you in a different fashion. That's exactly what Knox did. So he came there.
Nos is the way they pronounce it.
Transporter and a good first pass type of defenseman. Guy again who's got a little bit of size, 6'2", 186 pounds.
6'2".
And I think his progression again really took off, moving from the USHL to the QMHL. Not everyone
Ranked
has the same
56th overall.
When it comes to a guy like Nos, making that
They compare him to Ryan McDonough, or he could be as good as.
Not every
International Scouting also has him at 56. Oh, do I have a? What's happening here?
NHL.
Oh, there we go.
What does that tell you?
That's very, very impressive stuff. Like you're thinking about the stats and the analytics and all that sort of thing, and now you're thinking, all right.
Oh wow, all those numbers matched. He was picked 56th overall, and I'm talking about Evan Naus, the defenseman. He was ranked 56th by the Hockey News and ranked 56th by International Scouting Services. That's hilarious.
Art and science.
Go out and buy a lottery ticket right away. Pert ranked 27th among North Americans by NHL. Thank you.
There's a lot of
Thank you for that,
organizations
Diz.
we're nervous. There's a lot of organizations that are just accepted the challenge. And they've changed a lot of the way they've done things in the past because they've realized that there's better ways
Interesting.
to do things. And not all of
Carolina,
it's been good. People prefer to be
Arizona.
on the ground, get eyes on the subject, night in and night out, get to know their character, all those types of things that you could get rather than watching on video.
Okay, I'm gonna get another board ready.
So I'm not going to list the teams that were bullish, but I can tell you there's a number of teams that said we're going to take advantage of this today.
Hey, Jeff, viewing a player in person is better because,
Well, for a lot of reasons, you get to see the whole picture. You know, if you're at the game, you're in the stands, you get to see behind the plays. Is there a back check? Is there a forecheck? Does he change hard? Is he walking to the bench?
This is Jeff Gordon speaking,
There's a lot of different things going on.
former GM of the Rangers.
You're watching video. It's better than nothing, but it's definitely not as good as being there.
plus nachos.
He's obviously a very intelligent man.
That's
He knows his hockey well.
You guys may not agree.
Not the greatest, maybe, commentator. Maybe that has to do with his kind of monotone gravel voice. I don't know.
Things on the ice as fans when we watch a player play demonstrate character.
Well, I think
So Leafs are on the clock right now.
character is something that is instilled in a person. And
They're at the OVO Athletic Center.
No matter, how
I
good
do
or
not
bad
know
the
where
game
that is.
going, the compete level of a
I
player.
am Team Toronto, so
Player, and if the game's
yeah,
up or
I
down,
still don't know
that
where the
player
hell that
plays
is.
the same every time he's on the ice. That is the character.
Oh boy!
Makes sense. Leafs are up. Bill Dan.
There we go. Toronto's first pick.
Of the 2021 NHL Draft and the 57th selection overall. The Toronto Maple Leafs have selected Matthew Knies, Tri-City of the United States Hockey League.
Matthew
Pittsburgh
Knies.
Penguins are up on the clock.
TJ, a University of
Nice.
Minnesota commit. His mom, Michaela, and dad, Miroslav.
Okay, he's 6'2", 210 left shot winger from Phoenix, Arizona.
Chasing the
Ah.
American dream, or
I hate when they take that off the.
American dream as he's drafted by Toronto. For more,
They say protects the puck well and goes hard to the net. Plays a very good
chasing the Michaela and
cycle
dad,
game.
Miroslav moved the family
44
from
games, he has 17 goals, 25 assists in the USHL.
His older brother Phil was a toddler chasing the American dream, or call it the North American dream, as he's drafted by
The kids that I got to see at the BioSteel Prospects game, big, strong kid, hold on to the puck, he get into those dirty areas. Toronto Maple Leafs, they are looking to add kind of back six type players to their.
I don't remember the last time the Leafs picked a player this big.
As well, but somebody that I'm sure Kyle Dubas and that group like someone that projects into maybe that middle six, and if not,
Ranked 59th overall by the Hockey News.
Draft pick since 2017.
They call him. They compare him to a Brandon Saad, and he's ranked 62 by International Scouting Services.
From the Chicago Steel in the USHL with the Toronto Maple Leafs. So if you're looking for intelligence on certain players in that league, surely they would have leaned on Ryan as part of making this pick. And again, you're looking for all the certainty you can find.
6'3", 205 pounds. If I didn't say that already.
I'm sure the scouting staff.
In the USHL, yeah, 17 goals, 42 points, 24 penalty minutes in 44 games this past city with Tri-City.
Let's get back.
He had 45 points in 44 games the season before that, too.
15th selection.
Moving on.
21 NHL draft. The Pittsburgh
Penguins.
have selected Tristan Braz of Fargo.
Tristan
United States Hockey League.
Braz.
Carolina Hurricanes are now on the clock.
No pressure, Tristan. But Nikita Kucherov went in this spot.
He's a center. Left shot, 6 foot. They say he's more of a playmaker, backs off D with speed, and has really good hands. 54 games, 19 goals, 32 assists in the USHL. He's from Minnesota.
Good size, can get into the battle. He's got some upside to his game. Obviously, you get drafted in the second round. That would be the case. We saw him in the prospects game as well. It was tougher for the USHL kids in that game because they're kind of thrown together against the team from the National Development Program. So a really kind of tough spot for those kids in that moment, but played very well, I thought, in the game, and now getting an opportunity here, drafted in the second round to take his.
Okay, Braz is ranked 70th overall by the Hockey News.
That's a standout element, by the way. That scouts love. He's a really dynamic offensive player.
Dynamic offensive player. I don't know if you can hear all that.
All the scouts in that region. Obviously, you see them, you know the kids that you're on. This is an interesting pick.
So he moves up.
First.
University of Minnesota commit was a top scorer in the USHL. Scouts are divided on his compete level, but Braz is great with the puck and slippery in offensive zone. That's what they say about him.
Yes.
He of the
Pittsburgh Penguins, of course, and Brian Burke.
formerly.
Now he's ranked 37th among North Americans by NHL. Thank you.
The world that shifted its axis. That one could be the via over there.
Flyers.
Yeah, maybe he will wear 56 one day. Yes, that'd be pretty cool.
That's why you gotta have Burke balance it out.
It should be his new favorite number, right?
Balance it out.
Yeah, Burke's
It's good. It's excellent, by the way. Burke's Law.
Burke's here, great balance.
Yes.
Steady presence.
Now he's ranked 37th among North American by NHL. Okay.
When he prefers his truculence, I don't know.
So
Steady stuff. This player,
apparently he moved up 20 spots. That's good.
The Pittsburgh Penguins. The Penguins' playoff fortunes since the back-to-back titles have been really subpar. No time to talk about that because the next
You're talking about 5 wins out of 19 playoff games, Tony?
yes, and now talking about sending it to Bill Daly.
All right, Carolina.
The Hurricanes have elected to take a timeout.
Carolina's taking a timeout.
Okay, this timeout gives us a chance to talk about this because
Much is wearing off.
Numbers.
Oh no.
How could this happen? Because you still have a lot of the key pieces.
Oh,
Mike
boy.
Sullivan, Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Chris.
So I've got
So
2 more boards after this.
You have to keep your team together. And the elements.
That's about as I think that's about as far as I'll go.
One back-to-back up. Some of them were guys like just kind of aging out. Even though Matty would love to play the 50.
I guess I could clean one and keep going, but I didn't have too much sleep. I don't know if I'm gonna last the whole 9 yards today.
Now you got Brian and Sid there, and you're going to figure it out. Talk to these
Carolina
guys.
taking its time. Maybe they're working on a trade. You can tell my energy level is just going. Let's refresh the news here.
Thanks, Tone. I gotta admit, you guys are doing all the heavy lifting. I just get to sit here, hang out, ask Jeff all the questions I want. But we gotta talk about these timeouts because they keep happening, and I'm just curious.
So, in terms of Zach Hyman and the Oilers choosing to sign him for less term with a higher cap hit over giving the Leafs a draft pick for 8 years in a lower amount of money. In a way, I'm sad the Leafs didn't get something for that. if that's what's going to happen. But in the end, I'm also happy Kyle Dubas stuck to his guns, because it definitely reflects on how your peers see you in the league as a possible pushover when it comes to making trades, that kind of stuff. I just wish he showed those kind of cojones when it came to signing his players to term. I mean, there's nothing I guess we can do about that now because of all the big boys have been signed. But yeah, anyways, that's my 2 cents on that. Okay.
The same is true of the game Uno. I don't know if you guys ever played.
Still stalled at number 59.
Far lower stakes.
Everybody can read the board. I hope. Yeah, maybe the slide is kind of getting in their way.
When you're putting together a
Oh, well.
draft board and players are getting selected.
I'll turn off what they're talking about here. Broadcast. They're chatting. It's not a commercial, but it's a timeout by Carolina. Oh, I'm gonna sit down for a second. Oh my god.
This year it would have been next level, obviously, because generally teams feel pretty good, although it may shock people that most teams will only come up with a list of like 40 to 60 players and not get through them in a draft where 200 players are selected, 200 plus.
Oh.
Hold on a second. You're saying that in terms of who they're willing to select, there may only be
maybe as few. I've heard teams tell me as few as 40. I like to have more than that to stretch it. Or from 60 to at least 80. But that was a stretch.
I've never heard of anyone having the full complement of 217 or 18 picks.
No.
That does not happen. Yeah,
We're not even close to it.
We're
We're talking
guys
about
are off the board already. How many guys are even the first round had players? Wow, we didn't expect to be first round. We expected maybe mid-second. Yeah, it is amazing.
You know, I wouldn't even mind if the draft was split over 3 days. Maybe the problem with that, they're going to commercial. There's a minute 30 left for Carolina. Maybe the problem with splitting it into 3 days would be that they wouldn't get anyone watching the third day. But, it'd be so much nicer to have these things, shorter. Last like a couple of hours max. Because I think after that, unless you're, a bit of a hardcore, you maybe you start losing a bit of interest. Unless obviously it's like the first, maybe second round. So, and with this carrying so long into the summer now, even more so. Like, I would love the NHL to, instead of starting in middle of October, I love it to start in early to mid-September, let's say. That way, we could have the draft in early June, like the latest ish. Because once it starts to get really nice outside, in a lot of North American cities, people who aren't hardcore hockey lovers are like, yeah, I'm going outside. I'm not watching this game. I'm not watching the draft or whatever. I think it would help to boost their audience numbers and to bring in new viewers, new hockey viewers to the sport in general. Because people just lose interest when it gets really nice outside. So, and there's even talk about, it's mostly just chatter. I don't think they're taking this seriously about reducing the amount of games in a season from like 82 to 60-ish. But I seriously doubt the owners would ever agree to that because of the loss in ticket sales revenue, which the NHL is heavily dependent on, as we all found out during COVID. So, yeah. We got 4 people in the room. 4. What's Dizzy saying here? I agree about Dubas. Should have left Mitch sit out and sulk. Yeah. Yeah. Although I think William Nylander's contract is a good deal for what he produces, I think he should have stuck to his guns on Nylander, because that created a domino effect with that he could be pushed over when it came to Marner and Matthews and so on, especially Marner's contract. They saw that he bent to Nylander's demand, and I think that was it. So my beef isn't with Nylander's contract; it's that he gave in to him at the end, and therefore was seen as a pushover when it came to the Marner contract. And I mean, he's making what? Almost $11 million, where he should be closer to a $9.5–9 million player.
The Carolina Hurricanes have traded pick number 59 in the 2021
Carolina traded their pick
draft to the Los Angeles Kings.
To the Kings
in exchange for picks number 72 and number 109 in the 2021 draft.
For 72 and 109.
Los Angeles Kings are on the clock.
Okay, so where are you going shopping right now if you want to potentially move up? You're calling the Carolina Hurricanes, right? This is their trend. They have a team. They have a theory.
Yeah.
Every team out there right now is picking.
Kings are now on the clock.
Carolina's just trying to grab as many picks as they can. Why?
So this should happen quickly, right?
We know that. And they're looking at the variance this year and saying that whatever a fourth rounder was worth in past years, there's a very, very good chance.
Yeah, indeed, he should have let Nylander sit as well. Yeah, I think he should have.
Take our chances that way.
And again, I think it's a good contract. It's just the fact that he caved in. He set a precedent, and Marner's bloodthirsty agent, supported by dredgers pumping in the media, really inflated that salary to the point where people loved Mitch Marner, but now they can't stand him in Toronto because of that contract, and of course his playoff performance, obviously.
Draft. The Los Angeles Kings have selected Samuel Hellenius, JYP.
Samuel Hellenius.
The Arizona Coyotes are on the clock.
Reader, we were talking earlier about
he's a center, left shot. They say he skates surprisingly well for a big man. Reliable team player with very good set of overall tools. In 54 games, 7 goals, 7 assists in Liga. He's from Finland, obviously. 6'6", 201 pounds. Wow.
His dad, Sammy, was his father's dad. And if Samuel at 6'6" is going to be the tallest Finnish player to lace him up, well, his dad, Sammy, I played with in Colorado, he was at least 6'6", and he was mean and nasty and not friendly at all. Just tell the other
Hellenius. Oops.
Okay, good. All right, yeah, and it's the opposite because his son Samuel is what happened to the game, John?
Hellenius.
I can only imagine how this would work with these guys. What a jerk. Yeah, we just ignore them. But this young man.
So Hellenius is ranked 58th overall by the Hockey News. Oh, wow, he is big. And 67th by International Scouting. They compare him to Jordan Stahl.
I can't believe Carolina passed the potential finish ball.
Back to Bill Daly.
59.
With their third
Okay.
selection in the second round and the 16th selection overall, the Arizona Coyotes have selected Giannis Moser, heel of the Swiss League.
The Coyotes select Giannis Moser.
Are now on the clock. So,
great headshot, first of all. The angle is a keeper.
He's a defenseman, shoots left. They say made lots of improvements this year, makes good decisions and few mistakes. 48 games, 9 goals, 21 assists plus 18. In the Swiss League. 6 foot, 172 pounds, left shot deep.
As a younger player, yes, he's been passed over, but as a 20-year-old player, that can still be petty stuff when you're going from World Juniors, you're going to the under-18s, you're getting a chance as a young player to go play at the World Championships. And he's a guy, I think I was talking to Lawrence Goldstein, our statistician, about that there seemed to be a lot of late love on this guy. Maybe some of those recent viewings. And again, you're taking a bit of a shot here with the re-entry player that we talked about early in the second round, because you might have more certainty. You might have seen him at all these international events throughout the year, and your book is exponential compared to what it being on most other players. So again, you're looking for more certainty in these uncertain times, right?
And why not when we look at the NCAA?
So Moser isn't ranked in the top 100 of the hockey news.
Close to it. If you're gonna,
What do you have for him, Dizzy?
it wouldn't be uncommon, in my opinion. Go ahead.
Hellenius ranked 15th among European skaters by NHL scouting.
This is
Thank
our
you for that.
MVP. We get a
Where do you have Moser?
100-page plus notebook that's put together by one guy who spends the whole year on it, and he is extraordinary at his job.
Amazing job. Thank you, Will.
Back to Bill Daly.
With the 61st overall selection in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Colorado Avalanche have selected player Sean Behrens from the National Team Development Program under-18 team. The Chicago Blackhawks are now on the clock.
We just heard the deputy
Sean
commissioner
Behrens
mention
from
Chicago Blackhawks.
Colorado.
Look at the reaction, relief and joy at once, and there's the hug. Jeff Gordon, this young man grew up a Blackhawks fan, so he's one pick away from that. Idolized Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews growing up.
He's a 5'10" left shot
I
defenseman
really like this pick a lot.
from Chicago. 46 games, 7 goals, 28 assists. His first pass is outstanding. Very rarely makes the wrong play. Great stick defensively.
This kid's a winner. He's a hard-nosed. He's the kind of guy you want on your team, a leader, and really good value here.
He was ranked much higher.
What do you mean by that?
I mean the little things you need to do to win a hockey game. He's willing to do those things, whether it's block a shot, whether it's finish your checks, all the little things.
They're comparing him to Nate Schmidt.
To add up.
He was ranked 22 in the Hockey News, 48th by International Scouting Services.
Prospects game, and he is such a good skater. He's in and out of traffic. He's jumping up in the play. He's got good instincts there. Yeah, and we watched the Stanley Cup final, and we know the trend is for the bigger defenseman. There's no question about that. But still, it's nice to have one of those guys in your group.
Moser, ranked 25th, huh? Weird how he's so far off the map here.
I mean, we've seen successful kids.
Barron's ranked 24th amongst North Americans.
The character kind of guy. This guy's 6'2".
Yeah.
I think he's a first round.
Again, 22nd by the Hockey News, 48th by International Scouting Services.
In the regular, look at Samuel Girard. I mean, he's that type of guy. This Behrens, he asserts himself. He plays with a little swagger. He plays bigger than his size. He plays with.
I'm just going to get my next board
today's
a
game.
little ready here.
Getting back to the Samuel Girard reference, it's the same sort of thing. Colorado isn't going to win a President's Cup without the contributions of this young man. Now, was he a little bit overrun in the playoffs? Yeah, he was, but he helped get you there, and you can't forget that.
82 points in the regular season. Bill Daly.
With the 62nd selection in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks have selected Colton Dock from Saskatoon in the Western Hockey League. The Montreal Canadiens are now on the clock.
Colton Dock.
Sibling love. You've got the Jones.
Oh, they got the brother.
And now the Dock brothers. And if you don't have goosebumps, I can't help you. This is so cool.
Amazing.
Left shot centerman.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I watched Kirby a lot growing up, and I was there when
6'4", 196 pounds.
Saskatoon Blades took Colton Dock 6th overall in the Bantam draft. Everyone thought it was because, you've got Kirby here, and you're almost forced to do it. And so I know Colin Fisher and the people.
They say he plays power forward type game, skilled guy that's hard to handle near the net. 20 games in a WHL, 11 goals, 9 assists.
Good in tight skills. And the thing about their dad Dale is that
You're talking about him now.
For this since they were young. They had to move out of Saskatoon, get into Fort Saskatchewan, where they weren't governed by being able
He's
to play
ranked
with players.
81st overall by the Hockey News.
Competition. There was less competition there, but they wanted to play against older competition to continue to make themselves better, even at a young age. So I've had the opportunity to watch Colton a little bit. He has really blossomed. He's really developed. And I think this is the perfect scenario because you go into a place where your brother's already is revered as a guy who's going to be a future star.
They say Kirby's brother is a great down low in front net front presence who saw minutes on the top line with the Blades. Good physicality, needs to become a 200-foot player.
The 63rd
Here we go.
selection in the 2021 NHL draft.
Montreal
Canadiens have selected Riley Kidney of Acadie Bathurst of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. Montreal is up again.
Riley Kidney.
Selection number 64.
You want players who can produce in the postseason? Riley Kidney. He was on a roll.
Now they say he's a center, shoots left, 5'11", 168 pounds, super intelligent player, sees the ice so well, very good playmaker. 33 games, 13 goals, 25 assists, +9 rating in the queue.
A lot of stops and starts this season, which
right?
Be very difficult. But the one thing about Riley Kidney, about the second half of this truncated schedule, he really started to take off. And as the borders in the Maritimes started to open up a little bit, to allow more scouts to get into the Maritimes, particularly into the playoffs. I know they moved down into Quebec where it was a little bit easier. And so it was that playoff run that you
ranked 93rd overall
that really put him in this
by the Hockey News.
He needs to grow and mature physically. He's got an older brother that's paving the way for him a little bit in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. But that Acadie Bathurst program is really good. You go back to the 2018 Memorial Cup, the 100, they won it there. They made some changes since that time.
Hidden gem may not be so hidden after monster playoff numbers. Smart, competitive, good details, and heavy stick. Skates well, but needs to increase his pace.
We're looking at the Canadiens draft room, seeing a picture of Shea Weber in the background. Such difficult news.
I'm going to take a picture of this first.
Okay, back to Bill Daly.
With the last pick of the second round of the 2021
Last pick of the second round.
64th selection overall, the Montreal Canadiens have selected Oliver Kapanen from Kalpa, the Finnish Junior League.
His cousin is Kasperi Kapanen.
His cousin is Kasperi Kapanen. I'm going to squeeze that last one on this board.
Another interesting guy.
Ranked 48th.
Canadians, of course, ripping out the final two picks
on the Hockey News.
Right there.
They compare him to Logan Couture. 64th.
Another Finnish player. This isn't a Carolina pick though. Kapanen, is going to have the speed or the size? If the Kapanen family.
They compare, yeah.
Samuel's a smaller player.
International Scouting Services don't have him ranked.
The Kapanen family. The Kapanen name is speed, all sorts of speeds.
Yeah,
they say skill two-way forward with great set of tools, active and smart player. 37 games, 25 goals, 16 assists in Finland.
Obviously, you talked about
He's from Sweden, though.
A long career, over 800 games.
Montreal.
Dad, Kimo, he was a goaltender in Finland and Sweden during the 1990s, 2000s. Kapanen's a skilled two-way forward with a great set of tools, including skating.
Okay, let's take another picture of this
very
now.
active, smart player, really hardworking, good competitor. It's a good pick for Montreal.
Grandpa played in the first Canada Cup in 1976. Canada won every Canada Cup except for 81.
Okay, switching
That
horse.
76 team might have been the best Canadian team, even better than the 72 team when you go back and look at some of the talent.
The Summit Series?
Yes. Yeah. The Canadians, though, you look at Kotkaniemi and Ylonen, who just got a little taste with one game last year, dipping into the Finnish market a little bit. And I think
Okay, here we go.
this guy can be a Ylonen.
Fresh board.
We have 2 rounds complete.
Still going strong
The
here.
third round looming.
Kidney now 49th among North Americans
It's back
by the
to
NHL.
Bill
Nice.
Daly making dreams come true.
There's
Young men
someone
and their
who I'm going to
families
assume is
celebrating.
Russian in the chat. I can't read any of that. I'm very sorry. Dyslexic. Kapanen, no ranking by NHL Scouting as well. 7 thumbs up. Thank you, everyone. Please, if you happen to be new to the channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that thumbs up as well. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. As we all know, I am a small channel. 3 years, though. This will be 3 years in October that I'm doing this. So I'm just going to catch up with a board here during commercial. Dyslexic says he's saying in Russian, 2 Russian players. It'll be interesting, however, if it was necessary to choose Pinelli at number 3. Okay. Thank you for the translation. Dyslexic. Is this? Are you Vlad? Is your name Vlad? Dizzy? Is this Vlad I've been talking to the whole time? How far can we see? 78 score. I sort of cut off there. I'm going to put 79. Do you care if one guy is off the board here? I'm just trying to squeeze in as much room as I can. So I'm going to put 79 at the bottom. Oh, we'll do it like that. You're not Vlad. Okay, just making sure. I have a friend, Vlad, who's Russian, who I think lives in Norway right now, who I play fantasy hockey with, and I actually know him too for the last couple decades. I thought you might be him because of the translation, but I guess maybe it's possible you just hit the Google Translate or something. But in any case, I appreciate it. Okay. Woo! Let's see if we have any. Let's look at the. I'm looking at my subscriber channel. I'm looking at my channel right now. Where are we at? Any new subscribers? Yes, we got a couple. That's cool. Thank you for subscribing. For those of you, appreciate all the extra mateys aboard the ship. Yeah, as you can see, my brain is only half functioning at the moment, and we're back.
Complete. 2 picks already on the board in round.
We're into round 3 now. Round 3, ladies and gentlemen. Blake Johnson.
The first pick.
Welcome, Blake. Good to see you.
He's from Calgary.
Can you be Vlad? Right.
Played and got injured and ended up getting.
Okay.
ACL replaced.
65th.
Aren't too worried about that. He's 6'2".
What happened here? We skipped a couple of picks. Oh, shit. I hate when they do this.
Sutter. He's named captain, 17 years old. That shows you the importance of him to the team and the respect factor when you name a young captain in junior hockey. That is a huge honor. Extremely strong in the face-off position.
Okay, I'm just catching up here because they came back after the commercial and they had picked a few players.
The IC plays both offensively and defensively, and at 6'2". I've got it down at 200 pounds. Conditioning is something that at 17 years old is going to have to continue to work on. But I like this pick. A little bit risky sometimes when the young guy gets an ACL replacement. But
Ryan, and he's a right wing.
While we're on the topic of the Rangers, some news to report. Everyone remembers last season, Tony DeAngelo.
Oh, they bought out the contract of Tony DeAngelo. The Rangers.
Contract of defenseman Tony DeAngelo. So that closes that chapter for that team.
A little bit of a loophole there. Tony will buy him out before he's 25 at just a third of the cost.
Center.
That one kind of made sense. Everybody knew that, but very, very inexpensive.
Wow, okay.
Chris Drury, general manager.
So we have Grube, Rangers, Anaheim, Seattle.
The
Rangers.
makeover of the Rangers, what you've seen so far. I think back to last year,
Seattle,
the time that Artemi Panarin missed those 9 games,
Devils,
they go
Columbus.
4-5. If that doesn't happen, it's very likely that they're a playoff team.
Columbus.
Yes, absolutely. We might be talking differently. Jeff Gordon was here with us today. I thought he did an awesome job bringing that team back. However, things happen. Now Chris Drury is in the lead. They clearly have sent out a message that they want to jump back in the fray quickly. So now they are taking great strides to kind of reconstruct their roster with players that maybe you can win with a little bit more in the playoffs. Hence, Barclay Goodrow. But what Jeff was able to accomplish.
Okay, going to do some catching up here.
Really a collection of high-end, high-skilled players. Now
Jaden
you move to the
Groovy.
next phase of building a team, and that is, of course, to build a team that has some longevity of playoff run. And that's what Chris Murray has been tasked with. And so far, he's off to a good start. It's not going to be easy. At the end of the day, he'll be
Groovy.
done. Did you keep the right players?
That Centerman is not in the top 100.
As Jeff Bowman can speak to on that roster.
Has to use
So the Rangers made the first pick of round 3. Anaheim Ducks made the second pick. Sasha
Pastajov, ranked 31 overall.
That player. Sam, take it away.
Remarkably consistent this year with the U.S. Under-18 program, and I got to say, this is a little bit of a shock to me that he's slipped into the third round. But a really good character kid. You know, his parents met in the Ringling Brothers Circus and traveled around with that. He's got a couple of
Pastajov is compared to Kevin Fiala, left winger, 6 foot, 183 pounds.
I don't want to write my own book, so I'm going to go to Notre Dame against Michigan. Oh boy, that probably takes some guts to make that decision. But man, he's a creative player. I guess the one thing
Winterton.
would be a knock against him. We're always looking at
It's
players
ranked
to play and players that play
82.
with pace. Pastajov isn't known as one of those players that plays with pace. He likes the pace.
Ryan
of the game.
Winterton, the Kraken just picked, is a centerman, 6 foot 2, 190 pounds. He's ranked 82 by the Hockey News.
Here in the third round, based on the point production you saw in the U.S. Under-18 program, remarkably consistent. Didn't go 2 games where he was blanked with a point. So I'm
That's
impressed
number
that
66.
this guy at this position.
They call him energetic and in your face. He might get pigeonholed as a bottom sixer, but has cleaned up his skating. Only action this season was 7 games at the under-18s. That's for Ryan. With center Ryan Winterton.
Still gets
That
selected.
the
But that happens.
the Kraken
It goes in
picked.
cycles, obviously, the whole Caulfield, Jack Hughes, and that run was so remarkable. Maybe we just have the bar set too high now. But I did think that he had a chance to potentially go late first round.
Yeah, so did I. And he was good at the 18s too. He put up points there.
Yeah.
You know, and they were in a difficult situation because of the COVID issues. There was a couple players that couldn't show up. They had to lean on some 04 players. By the way, I love their 04 class.
They're talking about Anaheim
So because of that, he was tasked with providing maybe
and Pastajov right now, the left winger.
Otherwise, you know, Lucius wasn't there, and some of the supporting cast around him. Luke Hughes wasn't there, and so it made it difficult for him. Yet he still produced there as well. So a bit of a shocker here and a value pick in the third round.
And Sam says produced goal
Ottawa.
each game.
Oh, the picks keep going while they're talking. Oh my God. Okay,
Consistency.
Ottawa.
Yeah, you gotta love it all year long, start to end. Under 18s, didn't matter level of competition. College, USHL, that still worked out for him. That's impressive.
Let's get it over to Jackie Redmond.
So they keep talking while the picks are just coming along here.
We've got our first guest of the day here at what we call the courtyard at the network.
So, all right. New Jersey picks centerman Salminen. Center. So they've given up trying to keep up, and they're not talking to everyone. They're stands live up so Fozil. Sloville D. I hate when I'm not crazy about interviewing players. I don't find anything terribly interesting about it. I mean, they're talking to Shai Buyum. That's how you say his name. That could be very interesting because he's not of a North American background. Or European background. Carter Mazur. So this is going to be interesting catching up here. San Jose is on the clock. Okay. I'm going to try, starting with Jersey. We're looking at Salminen. Yeah, they totally threw me there. I thought they would be keeping up. I'd rather them keep to the regular format of going through each player. All right. Salminen is ranked, the New Jersey pick, who's a center, ranked 41st overall by the Hockey News. Salmonen. Okay. New Jersey and 67. And J and 67. So 41st by the Hockey News, not rated by International Scouting. They compare him to Thomas Heindl, 6'3", 190 pounds, a left shot center from Finland. He's a terrific athlete with good size who prides himself on being in great shape. I'm going to have to keep going here. Columbus's pick, a defenseman, Sloville. Sloville. Okay, Sloville. I must have spelled that wrong. 30 Stanislas. Yeah, I spelled that wrong. 35th overall. 35th overall. 35th overall. Stanislav Sloville for the Columbus Blue Jackets. And he is ranked, and that's 68th. He's 6'1", left shot defenseman. They compare him to Neil Pionk. If that sounds like deja vu, it's not. It's before it was the panel there discussing another player. He's ranked 21st overall by the Hockey News, by the International Scouting, 35th overall by the Hockey News. Detroit's Mazur, who they're talking about right now, a left winger. I'll let you listen in here.
Yeah, and didn't necessarily always score shorthanded goals, but scored a lot of power play goals. So yeah,
He scored a few good things. Stevie scored fortunately.
Yes, that's true. I didn't play the power play. I didn't play against him there. But it's great when you have local players can draft at your organization. It doesn't always happen, but this looks like a pretty good thing.
I think it's a real feather in your cap if you get drafted.
Mazur is not on there.
Anywhere, anytime. Let's get back.
That does not surprise me with Detroit, but he's not in the top 100 of the Hockey News. Oh, okay, sort of caught up. They're interviewing another player. I'm just not interested most of the time when they interview players. They usually don't have anything too interesting to say, except for the stuff that we hear all the time from every player. To me, it's kind of boring. I'd rather hear the analysts talk about them. And so now they've switched format here. They're talking to players while players are still being picked. But the good news is that I've caught up here. So that's, yeah. And they have him, San Jose is presently on the clock. How is he 70? What? 69, Missouri. 70. Wait. Huh? 67. Shit. Was Winterton. I don't know what's going on here. They're playing some sort of voodoo on me. This is, yeah, that's what? 68 is Salmonen by New Jersey. 69 is Soville. I don't know what happened there. They changed the numbers. They changed the numbers somehow. I had that right. I had it right. Yeah, I finished at 64. Oh, no. No, I finished at 64. This was 65. Yeah, no, that is my fault. 66. Yeah, 67, 68, 69, 70. I messed that up. Well, I have a chance here to fix it real quickly. Okay. I'll let you listen in here for a second. They're still interviewing the player.
Paid off for you and your family. Congratulations again, and thank you for this.
Thank you.
You just heard it from him. Waited a long time for this. We've seen these scenes last night, today. Triumphant moments, poignant moments. Brothers who are going to play together in Chicago, a pair of them. Just great human moments.
A lot of brothers being reunited in the draft. Of course, the Hughes being the first one this draft for that to happen, with the other brother going to New Jersey, the defenseman. Okay, I've now fixed the board. Looks a little bit like Scribble, but it's legible. I hope. So now they went to a commercial, and we get back, and I'm going to be like 5 players behind. I'm going to call you A. Do you think there will be an Eichel trade? I don't know if he's even still in the chat because there's only one person that shows that I have here. But yes, I think there'll be today. I'm not sure if it's going to happen today. I think this might take longer for Eichel to be traded. So your guess is as good as mine. I would think before the start of next season, at the very least, Eichel will be traded before we hit, October. But there's that whole medical thing with his neck is still being argued upon at the moment with the Sabres. So, and say, of course, Buffalo wants everyone's first and second child for him, and they're outweighing each other. If he's going to come down in price, or is he going to stick to his guns, or what's going to happen there? Speaking of Kevin Adams, that is. Okay, I'm going to just keep on going here. 75, might as well. 76, 77, 78, 79.
I'm in a race against aging.
Forget aging race.
80. Okay, I don't think you can see. Yeah, the 80's off the board, but oh well, it's just one pick. See if there's any new news. Oh, there's a quote from the Milieu kid who got picked by the Canadiens 31st overall. A quick quote says here, "I regret doing this stupid, egotistical act," is what he's saying. Maybe we'll get more into that later. Round 3, tracker. Okay, there's been a trade. Oh, it's just for picks. It's just a matter of picks being swapped around. So that's the Blues now.
Simone Robertson goes to the Blues at pick 71. He traded into this spot.
Blues, where are you? Okay. Simon Robertson, a strong shot, powerful playmaker with excellent work ethic, well-balanced skater with speed. He's a right winger, by the way. Shoots left, 190 pounds, 6 foot, from Sweden. Plays in the SAHL, where in 22 games he had 1 goal, 1 assist. He was an alternate captain. Okay, let's get him down. Shit, my green might be out. Plays a power forward type role. Simon Robertson, double S.
With the work ethic and the heaviness that he brings to the table, you're looking at a guy that you project early on to play lower in the league and hoping that goal scoring for this player will elevate himself. But again, that St. Louis style of player where gets in there on the forecheck, throws the body around a little bit.
Okay, Simon Robertson. Let's see if we can find him. Okay. Robertson. Carolina's on the clock, by the way. For those of you who want to know, Robertson is ranked 32nd overall. he was still hanging around. They compare him to Alex Tuck in the Hockey News, ranked 54th by International Scouting. So Blues take him in the 71st spot. They traded to grab him. At the under 18s in the Worlds, in 7 games, he had 3 goals, 4 points, and 6 penalty minutes. Interesting. Yeah. Now in the juniors in the Swedish league in 2019-20, in 41 games, he had 13 goals, 30 points, 36 penalty minutes. Well, everyone must see a lot of potential in this kid. He probably has really good analytics, which is why he's ranked so high in this magazine. Anyway, you can see number 32. That's him right there. Carolina's still on the clock. Ottawa, I'm not watching.
It's me again. No thunder. Just a question. What can organizations do to help cope with a situation like this one, which is truly unprecedented, but certainly you hope that the infrastructure is there to help with whatever emotional challenges a player may encounter?
Yeah, I think it's a little like we talked about earlier with having the right people in place. Now you look around the league, there's a lot of player development coaches, a lot of former players.
There's an article by the Hockey Writers that just came out saying, despite Bogosian's strong play, it's time for Maple Leafs to move on. I don't know. I really liked him in the bottom 6. I think he was perfect on the right side, playing next to Rasmus Sandin, and he was cheap. He was $1 million. I would really like to see him back. He could probably be signed for close to that, maybe $1.5 million ish. If they don't get him signed, because I heard he was a little tired of the COVID restriction rules, etc. I would like to see is it Yanni Hakanpää, formerly of the Carolina Hurricanes and Anaheim Ducks, who's like a 6'6" hulking defensive player. He was traded from Anaheim to Carolina at the deadline. I think he would fit in that spot too, on the right, because he's also a right shot on the bottom pairing. Notable third-round draft picks among active players: Marchand, Binnington, Gensel, Quick, Fox, and Braden Point. A little interesting stat for you there after showing up on the TV. 3 people. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around. Thanks for joining me today. Carolina Hurricanes are on the clock. We're waiting for them. Dyslexic is saying, I agree, Bogosian did a good job, right? I was really surprised. He even transported the puck really well up the ice. I was surprised at his skating, his mobility, as well as his pugilism. Pugilism, that's even a word. So I think it would be a loss if they let him walk. And I don't know, maybe, you know what, if they, because Justin Hall, I think he's playing too high in the lineup. I'd like to see him play on the bottom pairing. I'd like to see them make an upgrade on him. So maybe he falls down to that third pairing slot. Another possibility. What's happening here? Carolina's still waiting. And we have a commercial. When we get back, there will be like 2 or 3 picks in. Okay, let me turn down this commercial. Let me take a chug of water. I said this is water, not vodka, right? If it was vodka, I'd probably have a little bit of ice in there, depending on the brand, of course. Maybe I'll go fill my glass really quickly. Be right back. Okay. Fill the vodka. The water. The water. Okay. What else? Let's see if we have any updates here in the news feed. Let's get into this hot topic here. The Score posted an article about Milieu that if I'm pronouncing that properly, the kid who was selected 31st overall by Montreal, the kid who took a picture of a girl, giving him something, and then sent it to his friends along with their phone number. So, in this article, they say on the morning after the Montreal Canadiens selected Logan Milieu in the draft, the defenseman addressed the November incident that led him to renounce himself from the event before being chosen. He says, quoting him, "During an intimate moment with a young woman, I took a picture of us without her consent. I sent it to my teammates to impress them. It was totally irresponsible and a stupid act that I committed without thinking twice," the prospect read from a statement. He also goes on to say, for that lack of judgment on my part, I was fined by Swedish law. He continued, "I know I caused a lot of harm to this person and their family, and I regret doing this stupid and egotistical act. I deeply regret it. What I did now is unfortunately a part of both her life and mine." It says Milieu acknowledged the impact of his act. I'll have to catch up with that because we're back on here. There was a trade. Nashville just picked a defenseman.
72nd selection. Let's get into the deal. 72nd selection in the 2021 NHL Draft. The Nashville Predators have selected Anton Olsen from the Swedish League. Dallas Stars are now on the clock.
Okay, Dallas is on the deck. Anton Olsen is a left shot defenseman. The scouts say strong skater that plays mature game, very confident and calm in most situations. In 39 games in the SHL, 0 goals, 4 assists. He's from his hometown of Helsingborg, Sweden, and he's 6 foot, 198 pounds.
6 feet tall. The reason he can do that is because his skate is absolutely exceptional. This might be the sleeper pick of the draft. A lot of teams, I'm sure, thought, you know what, do we take him? Do we not take him? I thought he might be a little bit higher, but his skating was exceptional. When you can have
See what they say about him.
Professional seasons under your belt. You played World Junior, you played U18s. He wasn't great at the U18s. There was a little bit of the
Talking about Olsen.
bit of the knock, but for this guy, skating, edge work, not a goal scorer, didn't score a goal in this season. I'm looking down at the games he played.
Ranked 69th overall.
So offensively,
69, dude.
Defensively, it is there. You don't beat him in the rush. He's got that ability to close things down through the neutral zone, but he's not. His offensive game just hasn't come in. Now, you don't play as many minutes when you're a 16, 17-year-old.
So he'd say he's a defensive defenseman.
Playing against men, I'm sure that'll come. But when you can understand the defensive game,
goes to number 72, 69, ranked in the Hockey News.
We don't need a power play guy. We need a depth defenseman.
So he's a depth defenseman. They say he's a super safe pick. Olsen plays hard, keeps it simple, and has a good defensive stick. Mobile and can move the puck, but hockey sense isn't high. Won bronze at under 18s.
It can stunt you a little bit. You don't get a chance to do the things that you normally do as a player at that age. It can hurt you. At the same time,
welcome if you're new to the live feed here.
Rican comes to mind, first round pick, scored
what he shoots the left. Nashville just picked a defenseman, a left shotter, and Dallas is on board, is on deck. Excuse me. Oh, Dallas just picked. Oh my God. I hate when they do this. Pay attention to the board, commentators. You're throwing me off. Ayrton Martino. Ayrton. Martino. Okay, so Ottawa's on the clock, but let's talk about Dallas's pick, who they're not talking about. They're not keeping up. They're not in sync here, so it's catching me a little off guard. Martino. Martino, okay, is ranked 51st overall by the Hockey News. Like that last name. Interesting haircut. I'll show you this in a second. He wasn't ranked by international scouting, but they do compare him to Teuvo Teravainen in the Hockey News. Yeah, he's from Toronto. They're talking about him now.
If you look at the video, there's a lot of YouTube highlights there. You can see the ice. Really talented player. As you move down the draft here and you get a little lower, you're looking for somebody that has an elite quality. What do they have? What do they bring? What can they do? And you build
He's 5'10", 170 pounds. Shoots left winger. And 38 USHL games in Omaha, 18 goals, 56 points, 12 penalty minutes this past season.
Quite well.
And
Yeah, good for Martino. Comes from that distance.
Ottawa has just picked left winger Oliver Johansson. About Martino, they also say outstanding passer that sees the ice so well, elusive in all zones, so quick in transition.
Getting into new teammates and so on and so forth, but he transitioned very well. Oftentimes, I think scouts look at the opportunity to transition. And when you think about a player that plays in the under 17s, oftentimes at that age, they're back in the bus in their own clubs. Then they go play in the under 17s and they get the confidence back.
Okay, I'm looking up Ottawa's pick now. They're still talking about the Dallas pick, Martino.
Sticking with the game plan here, Martino did it very well.
What do you think is the weight that really scares teams? There are some parameters. There's some goalposts out there. He's 160 pounds.
Yeah. Oh, where's that weight cut off?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably right at 160, I'd say.
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's how I feel. There's always been players that have been drafted that are listed a little bit higher, but they don't quite hit it. But that 160 mark is really a demarcation line.
So
It's funny.
Johansson isn't listed in the top 100 in the Hockey News. Dyslexic, if you happen to see him ranked in North American, that'd be cool if you jumped in about that.
160.
I wouldn't be laughing, but that's
Lamarcus Bowen.
National Hockey League Central Scouting didn't get the
What do you think of Benjamin Gaudreau's perspective?
Teams and personnel to do that. So the guy who was 5'10",
I'll let you know in a minute or two here.
might have been 6 feet. Corner was a 6-footer. That makes a
Montreal,
huge difference
Calgary.
because if you just simply look down the number, and it's pretty tough to tell a guy's height on skates. That even if you're watching him on video, is he 6-footer? Is he 5'8"? It can be difficult to tell. So that was one part that they didn't have control of, National Hockey League Central Scouting. They do it throughout the course of the year with their official people and their official measurements. They do it again at the combine for the higher end 115 that are picked to go there. They didn't do it this year. Players did it themselves.
Okay.
Teams did it themselves.
for all the people out
All
there
right.
don't watch
Gaudreau.
young kids play.
Benjamin
When you're
Gaudreau.
playing with other younger kids, they tend to hold their shoulders in and look small. When they get to play with older kids, you see these guys open up. They look like different players. And that's how you can always kind of tell the size of a player. You can be misled just in the way they age and kind of hold themselves. Once they get the bigger kids and more kids to watch all the time, in college, in pro in particular, as you get older kids, it's just that opening up. It's like a flower almost. It just blossoms. And all of a sudden.
Okay, Benjamin Gaudreau. If Lamarcus is still hanging around, they compare him. He's still on the board, a goaltender. They compare him to Jordan Biddington, 6'2", 274 pounds, from Ontario. He's a left catching goaltender. He had a .919 save percentage at the World Under 18s. He went 5-0-0. 2021, he did not play at all. But the season before that in Sarnia, he was had an .890 save percentage.
2021.
Well, see, it's really hard to tell, huh, with these guys. So Washington's on the clock. Dizzy, what's Diz saying here? Johansson ranked 86th among European skaters. Okay, thank you. Put a tiny note here. Among European skaters, 86th. If I can make little notes like that, I will. But there's already so much to do. Thank you. Diz? So yeah, if I don't know if Lamarcus is still around, and he heard me, but he was asking about the Benjamin Gaudreau, who's a left catching goaltender who hasn't been picked yet. He's ranked 61st by the Hockey News, ranked as the number 2 goalie by international scouting. By the way, 174 pounds, 6'2", from Ontario. Had good numbers at the World Under 18s with a .919 save percentage. Went 5-0-0. Yeah. There's not a lot of information, at least in front of me, on him. Feel free to look him up online, see if you can find anything else about him. I haven't watched him play, so there's only so much I can tell you. We'll see what they say when he finally gets drafted by somebody here. Yeah, we'll see how high he goes. We're on commercials here for a second, taking a little break. Shall we continue with that article that I was reading about Milieu? He says Milieu acknowledged the impact his act had on the woman and said while he originally didn't want to be drafted, he accepts the possibility of joining the Canadiens because of how he views the organization. He goes, I've apologized to her. Nonetheless, this will follow her for the rest of her life, and for that, I deeply and sincerely regret it. He said, I know I had said that I did not want to be drafted this year, but as a young man who wants to become a better person, I feel that being accompanied by the Montreal Canadiens organization will help me greatly. It goes on with his quote here by Milieu saying, they have committed to helping me grow as a person, and I thank them for this. I've already started my personal journey as I'm participating in professional counseling. I thank them for believing in me and giving me a second chance. I promise not to let anyone down. I want to use my personal story to be a part of the solution moving forward. Oh, he took questions from reporters too. All right, getting back to the board. We're moving along here. There was a trade. It's not the Capitals pick. It was the Rangers. Montreal's on the clock. Capitals picked Ryan Korzak, if I'm pronouncing that properly. Any Ranger fans here? Anyone? Okay, Ryder. He's a centerman. That's what we know so far. Okay, let's see if we can find anything more about Ryder Kozak. They're talking about Jack Pert, so they're sort of off track here somewhat. Okay, Ryder Kozak is ranked 40th overall by the Hockey News. I think he's the highest ranked pick by the Hockey News still available. So they compare him to Philip Heedle. Again, he's a 5'10" right shot centerman from Saskatchewan. He's 5'10", 159 pounds, shoots right. In the WHL in 17 games this past season for Moose Jaw, he had 3 goals, 16 points, and 4 penalty minutes. Right shot centerman. Okay. 75, New York. Again, ranked 70. He went 75th, was ranked 40th by the Hockey News, talking about Ryder Kozak, and 34th by International Scouting Services. Montreal is still on the clock here, and they compare him to Philip Heedle. We have some movement here. Gaudreau in 28 games. This is Dizzy saying this. Gaudreau in 28 games with Sarnia Sting, 4-3-4 goals against, 10-13-2 win losses, 8-9 save percentage. Yeah, thank you. Balin 1. Hawks trying to replicate the Sandines with these moves. Yeah. Well, there are two forwards, right? So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, Doc has been around for a couple of seasons now, and his brother is much higher ranked. I don't think we're going to see him playing in the NHL next year. We'll see how long it takes for him to get to the big show. If he gets to the big show, hopefully for him. But yeah, I think it makes for a nice story, anyways. You know. Oh, Montreal traded their pick. It's now Anaheim on the clock. Who's after Philly? Dallas. Okay. Let's start. What's in my pocket that keeps? It's my earphones. They're still interviewing a player. All right, so Anaheim picked Tyson Hinds. A defenseman. Okay, let's find Mr. Hinds. Calgary is on the clock. Okay, so Tyson Hinds, Hinds, is not ranked in the top 100 in the hockey news. Anyone want to take a shot at looking him up? Or Diz, when I say anyone, I mean you. Hinds. See if you can find what's if he's a left or right shot too. That would be cool. That's Tyson Hinds of the Anaheim Ducks. Okay, the Sabres have acquired goaltender Devon Levi and a first-round pick in the 2022 NHL Draft from the Florida Panthers in exchange for forward Sam Reinhart. There he goes. Devon Levi is a highly touted prospect. Elliot Friedman is talking about this now. Let's listen in.
I think there's going to be a few of the teams, Tony, this year that are going to be in position where they're looking to do that. You look at what Arizona's done. You look at what Buffalo's done. There's definitely going to be some teams that are saying, look, we're going to take some pain in order to do some things for the future. Buffalo, they've talked about prospects and picks in just about every deal they've discussed. Arizona has taken on contracts to improve the number of picks it's gotten. So there's going to be more than one team in this conversation. I think the interesting thing about this particular deal is that, I think Buffalo, Levi's a really interesting prospect. He played really well for Canada at the World Juniors when he was hurt. And also they had Spencer Knight, the young goaltender of the future, who won the gold medal at that event. I just think Buffalo is looking for goaltending prospects too. If you look at their overall situation at that position with Omar testing free agency, they've got room there for people to play. I think the other thing that's going to be kind of interesting, and we talked about Eichel last night, Buffalo is still looking for a definite prospect pick-based deal there. I think they talked pretty heavily with Montreal yesterday. It was quiet last night. We'll see where anything here goes.
So, looking back at the 2014 draft, here are the top 4 picks. Aaron Ekblad, Sam Reinhart, Leon Draisaitl, Sam Bennett. 3 of the 4 are now on the same team. The other one is a Hart Trophy Art Ross winner. Turns out those 4 can play. Your reaction?
I don't know if Florida's going to be finished yet. I think they've got a lot of business they're working on. They're looking at re-signing Sam Bennett.
Tyson Hinds ranked 73rd in North America by NHL. Thank you.
Unrestricted free agency. I think they're looking at doing some other deals for the likes of Venberg, for Hagee. They've got Barkov up in a year. I know they'd like to be proactive about that. And the other thing too is I think they're one of the teams, Tony, that's also made a pitch for Ryan Suter. Now I think Suter will probably make his decision by around Monday. I've heard Dallas has been in there pretty hard. There's been the reports about the Islanders. We know how much Lululemon.
Talking about Suter, Dallas, Islanders, Florida.
Florida's been around there too. I think the Panthers are making a real push. I think they're going to be a really interesting team to watch. Also, one of the former Panthers, Keith Yandel, I think he's got some decisions to make.
Wow, that's going to be the toughest division in hockey. Easily next season. Holy cow. With oh my God, we're moving forward here. Okay.
Joining us. The picks keep coming. It's like the I Love Lucy.
Okay, centerman Cole Huckins is picked by Calgary.
Let's send it over to Jack and EJ.
The picks keep rolling in, and the prospects do too. Our next guest. Congratulations on a lifelong achievement for you.
Philly got a goalie, Alexei Kolozov. Oh my God, butchering that, I know, obviously.
It was amazing to be selected by the Ducks. Just so exciting, and I'm so thankful that my family here to watch with me.
All right, so we know now the Ducks took you, so you're all in the Ducks. But I hear you're a big Washington Capitals fan, and you're an Alex Ovechkin guy. So what's that?
Okay, let's catch up here. Huckins. Huckins is ranked 60th overall by the Hockey News. Calgary, number 77. Okay, so again, Huckins, 77th, Huckins at number 77, ranked 60th by the Hockey News. International Scouting does not have him rated. He is a left shot center, 6'3", 201 pounds. They compare him, his best comparable that they say he could get to be like Blake Coleman. In the Q this past season in 33 games, 14 goals, 32 points, 49 penalty minutes. Impressive. More than games played. Okay. All right, moving on. Let's go to the goalie. Kolozov. Again, I'm butchering the name, probably. Kolozov is not ranked in the top 100 by the Hockey News. Diz, would you love to? Would you like to look Kolozov up? And you also say here, Tyson Hins, 73rd, and you say he's a left-handed shot. Thank you. That's great. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. Please don't forget to subscribe if you happen to be new to the channel. We're just going through the list here. Washington actually, oh my God, I'm 2 picks behind. Okay. The Dallas Stars, they throw me off on the interview players, picked a left winger, Justin Ertl. And Washington is right after that. Washington and San Jose, come on. San Jose. Okay. All right. Justin Ertl. Just when I think I'm caught up, they pull me back in. Ertl, left winger. Okay. And then we got Brent Johnston. Picked by defenseman. Oh my God! Picked by the Capitals. Johnson. A defenseman. Okay. And then San Jose picks goalie Benjamin Gaudreau. There we go. There he goes. We were talking about him earlier. Ranked number 2 of the highest ranked goalie in the draft, anyways, by the Hockey News. Winnipeg's on the clock. I'm just going to continue to catch up here. Winnipeg, Carolina, Carolina, Calgary, Boston. Okay. Carolina, Calgary, Boston. Okay, so Heindl of the Dallas Stars. They say Kozlov here plays an athletic butterfly-style smart goalie with good feet and quick reactions. He's 6 foot 185 pounds, catches left. He's from Belarus. 9/11 save percentage in 9 games in the KHL. Okay, come on. Dmitry Kuzmin, picked by the Winnipeg Jets. A defenseman. Okay, and Carolina's on the clock. Let's see if I can catch up here with my picks with Heindl. Heindl. Okay, so Heindl, picked by the Dallas Stars, the left winger, is not ranked in the top 100 by the Hockey News. Moving on to the 80th pick, which you can't see. That's on the board, sort of. It's Johnson, picked by the Capitals, a defenseman. Is that no, it's a B Johnson. Brent Johnson, yeah. 57th overall. Okay, so this is the Capitals pick, 80th pick, Brent Johnson. 80th. Oh, they're talking about Gaudreau right now. I'll let you listen in.
Gaudreau got the net. He didn't give it back. And that's so impressive. You know, of all these guys, we talk about skaters, they can get up to speed fairly quickly. Defensemen can do it. But for a goaltender, you're not seeing pucks. How hard is it?
Brent Johnson, by the way, they call him like compare him to Tyson Barrie. He's not rated by International Scouting Services. Gaudreau, who they're talking about right now.
Time of the pandemic, just sitting there wondering, when is it? Am I going to get this opportunity to play? He got it. He took full advantage of it.
Good pick by San Jose.
Very impressive stuff for this young man.
What's more impressive to me, Sam Cosentino. All the stuff in front
So he was ranked 61 by the Hockey News. Gaudreau, number 2 goalie by International Scouting Services, and they compare him to Jordan Binnington. Kuzmin.
No, that's not true. You're looking at them all post kid. Your daughter.
Happy 6th birthday. Oh, it's awesome. These young men deserve this level of coverage, so well done by you and our whole team. Just awesome day for
Kuzmin,
yesterday and today.
The defenseman,
so hard.
is not ranked in the top 100, so I don't have any more information on him now, unfortunately. Carolina's on the clock. Brent Johnson.
The perfect snack. The $1.99 chicken from Burger King.
Turn that down. It's in commercial. You can't find Kozlov, no ranking, huh? Wow. Okay. The goaltender. Interesting. If you are able to aim that light away from the power part of the board, let's see if I can. I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make, but it's a little bit better. Let me turn down the light. Maybe this will help. It's tough. Yeah. And unfortunately, there's not much I can do. I've got like 3 lights I'm playing with, and that's a bummer. Okay. Brett Johnson was ranked 38th in North America. Thank you, Diz. North America. Yeah, that's just a bummer. Oh, it's better? Okay. I can't find anything on, I don't know if you can see it, but Erdl, Jay Erdl here that the Dallas picked. He's a left winger. And I can't find anything on Kuzman either, who's also a defenseman of the Jets. A lot of guys completely off the board here. Again, it's not totally surprising, but it just makes keeping up with all this a little difficult. Okay, I feel like I should be catching up with something here. All right. Okay, thank you for all the thumbs up, people. I appreciate it. If you're a new subscriber, please consider subscribing. Help out the small channel. It would be great. Okay. Okay, and we're back here. They're locked. Okay, so they picked him a while ago. Anyways, so Carolina's picked a goalie. They're talking to a player. They're talking to centerman Logan Stankoven. He's the shorter guy of the draft, I think. Okay, focus. Patrick Hamrla. Goaltender. Okay. Calgary's on the clock now. Let's look up Hamrla. Get back to the chat in just a second here. Really? Another player? Wow. Okay, so another player that is not ranked in the top 100 by the Hockey News. Holy cow. Lamarcus Bowen. Oh, Kuzman, dyslexic, says is ranked 72nd among Europeans. Thank you for that. Okay. And then Lamarcus Bowen, he says, I don't have a favorite team. If someone picks me up in the draft, I want to get into an organization in which I can get into the squad and make my debut in the NHL. Alexei Kolozov. Oh, the goaltender from Philly. Yes, that's cool. Thanks for posting that. All right, let me see if I can Montreal's after Minnesota here. All right, now, what can I do here while they're chatting? Let's see if I can read the rest of this article about Milieu. He says he took questions from reporters after reading the statement and further emphasized he has work to do to regain the public's respect. He says, I think I have to earn back that trust. It's not something that I should be given to me at all, he said. Milieu also revealed he had no contact with the Canadians between the time he tweeted Tuesday and the draft Friday night. On Tuesday, Milieu asked teams not to draft him because he felt he hadn't shown enough maturity or character in light of the November charge for the Swedish equivalent of invasion of privacy and defamation. A player cannot officially withdraw from the draft. The woman said all she wanted was a heartfelt apology from him in writing because she was uncomfortable meeting him in person. So that's the rest of that article about Logan Milieu. That was picked by the Montreal Canadiens, 31st overall in the first round. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Appreciate it. They're interviewing, again, they continue to interview Logan Stankoven. Calgary is on deck here. I've actually cut up. They're carving through these pretty fast. And I've got, one more board after this. I think I'm going to call it quits after that. But that's still quite a bit of time. We're still talking about, oh my God, I fit 32 picks on one board. So I'm 32. We're still talking about roughly 50 more picks before I sign off here. I mean, I have some tiny boards, but I don't know where to put them. Yeah. Oh, looks like there's been a trade here. Calgary swapped picks. LA is actually next now. Okay. I think I'm going to turn the fan up. It's getting hotter in here. All right. Woo. Oh, boy. Oh. So LA is on the clock here. Oh, I'll take a seat for a second. Oh my God. Okay, board has been updated, and LA has picked Kirill Kirsanov, a defenseman.
That was a great interview. We're at pick 85 now as round 3 continues to progress. Reader, I want to ask you about pick 82, Winnipeg's Dmitry Kuzmin.
Oh, they're talking about Kuzmin.
He's been compared to Quinn Hughes.
The comparison might be size. They say he's bigger than his plays bigger than he is. Mobile skater with speed and first step quickness. In 46 games, he had 3 goals, 9 assists in Belarus. Yeah. 5'9", 178 pounds, left shot. I'll shut up for a second while they talk about it.
He had 5 points in 5 games in the recent U18 World Championship for Belarus. And he was actually selected to the full Firebirds in the fourth draft, and because of COVID and all, he wasn't able to head to Flint to play. But it's a very interesting pick by Winnipeg. He's got skill at the back end. One of these defenders that defends with his speed. And you have to do that when you're smaller. You have excellent stick positioning and speed, and to be able to skate and close that gap in the neutral zone, keep forward to the outside. Not a physical guy. He's listed for 178. That's good. 180 is a pretty good size at 5'9". But for this young player, he's all about offensive dynamo.
Very offensive guy. I'm talking about, yeah, Kuzma. Anyway, so LA's last pick, which went 84th overall. The Hockey News has him ranked 74th overall. And he's 6'1", 198 pounds. He played in the KHL last season. They didn't say what shot he has, a left or right. Pleasant surprise at the World Juniors, worked his way up the Russian lineup. Thick kid who can skate and move the puck. Kirsanov has hockey smarts too. Yeah, I just don't know what shot he is. What side shot he is. And I still don't have, I don't know who Humla is. We'll see if they talk about him next. Boston just picked, and it is center Brett Harrison. Oh.
Reminded me just a little bit of Dmitry Orlov. Okay.
Dmitry Orlov. They're talking about Kirsanov here.
He was born 4 days too late. He played in all 3 major leagues this year in Russia. All 3 professional.
I'll look up Harrison. Was just picked by Boston. Kirsanov. They say he's a reliable defenseman. That's LA's pick. That plays strong, mature game, competes hard on every shift. In 29 games, 0 goals, 3 assists in the KHL, St. Petersburg. He's Russian, obviously 6'1", 198 pounds, shoots left. Okay. Got some info there. All right. Harrison by the Bruins. And we've another pick has come off the board. Better hurry up here. Harrison. Brett Harrison, ranked number 50th. Overall, Brett Harrison. Okay, so we're talking about Boston's pick there. Ranked 50th by the Hockey News. International Scouting Service has him ranked 64. He's a left shot centerman, 6'2", from London, Ontario. They compare him to Nino Niederreiter. Boston at 85. Okay. They also say he's bigger body, but he thinks he's a smaller skilled player, so there's real positional potential there. If he adds more consistency and jam to his game, he could be a terror. Again, that's Brett Harrison, picked by the Boston Bruins. Moving on now. Kirsanov by LA will be signed with SKA until 2023. Thank you, LaMarcus. All right, Minnesota. Appreciate that. All right, Minnesota. Focus. Brains all over the place. Okay. Red. Oh, I can do this. All right, Caden Bankier, a centerman. Oh my God. Okay, Caden Bankier, centerman. And then Montreal also just picked a defenseman, Dmitry Kostenko. They're just interviewing Shane Doan now about his son. Buffalo's on the clock, and I'm just catching up with these players. I have the Minnesota pick at 86 and Montreal at 87. So let's bank here. Let's talk about that. Bank here. Bank here is not on my list. The Minnesota pick, who's a centerman, I do not have him on this list at my top 100 at all. If anyone wants to look him up, please feel free to. So I'll move on to Montreal's defenseman Kostenenko. Kostenenko. I think that's how you pronounce it. Kostenenko. Oh, damn. Well, I've never seen this before. So many players just totally off the board. Kostenenko is another player who is not ranked in the top 100 by the Hockey News. Holy cow. Look how many stars I have up here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 players picked in the last 20, give or take. Jesus. Okay. Buffalo made a pick. So you got Buffalo, Calgary, Edmonton. Buffalo, Calgary, Edmonton, Carolina Avalanche. Carolina Avalanche. Okay. Buffalo, Calgary, Edmonton, Carolina Avalanche. Okay, so Buffalo, Steven Sardarian, a right winger for Buffalo. Steven Sardarian, a right winger. They're busy interviewing the player right now. They're not even paying attention. S. Sardarian. S. Sardarian. Okay. S. Sardarian. All right, let's look the right winger up from Buffalo. We have some information here. I'm going to get to in just a second. Thank you for looking that up, Diz. Sardarian. Sardarian. Okay, another player not ranked in my top 100 here. Wow. Wow, there's going to be a lot of talk in future years about this draft, I tell you. Okay, player's going to come out of nowhere. I don't have any information on Sardarian, Buffalo's pick. Let's get back to the board here. We got some info, a lot of info here from Diz. Okay, starting with Kostenenko. Kostenenko, picked by Montreal, the defenseman, ranked 17th in Europe by the NHL. All right. Thank you for that. And Sardarian ranked 73rd. Gracias. Okay. And Calgary just made a pick. Thank you, Diz, again. Wig Fitness, hi. Thanks for joining us. Welcome. We're just, Calgary just picked. Edmonton's on deck right now. We're on the third round. Yes, we are. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. I'd really appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up button. Wig Fitness, do we know each other by any chance? Are you already a subscriber? Okay. Calgary, Cameron, why not? That's awesome. Okay. What an awesome name. Cameron, why not, is a defenseman. Okay. And let's look up why not. What the most interesting name goes to. Now, he's ranked 75th by the Hockey News. Thank God he's in here. You should see the picture of him here. It's just like, really? You're going to make fun of my name again? Cameron, why not? Goes 89th by the Calgary Flames. He's ranked 75th by the Hockey News. And what do they say about him here? They say an offensive D-man who can really skate, played great on a pairing with Justin Barron from Colorado, but struggled a bit when they were apart. Needs development time. That's Cameron. Why not? Once again. And the Oilers have made their pick. Let's listen in what these guys are talking about.
Just a super guy. Great family. Love to see.
Oh,
It's also not that easy.
they're off topic here. Okay. Edmonton. Luca. Wig Fitness is new here. Watching the draft. Cool. My friend is supposed to get drafted. Oh, I hope he will. That's nice. Who's your friend? Is that cool? Wig Fitness. Are you a fitness guy? I am a trainer. Oh, Diz is a trainer. I did not know that. Wig likes to train too. Yeah, Wig Fitness. Who is your friend? And please don't be shy about subscribing. Okay. Edmonton. Luca Muzzenberger, also a cool name. Sounds German, maybe? Muzzenberger, or maybe Austrian? Muzzenberger. Sounds. What do you mean you're taking a break? You've been taking a break for like an hour now. Okay. Muzzenberger. Joshua Roy is your friend. I will look him up in a second. Muzzenberger. For now, I'm just going to look up Muzzenberger. I just like saying that. Muzzenberger. What? Muzzenberger isn't listed here. Son of a... Bloody hell, man. All right, so we have another player not listed here. Muzzenberger, who's a defenseman who Edmonton just picked. Joshua Roy. I'm going to see if I can find him if he's in my Hockey News list here. He is. Joshua Roy is ranked. Let's talk about him. He's ranked 73rd by the Hockey News. He hasn't been picked yet. He's a 6 foot, 190-pound centerman from the QMJHL. 22 goals, 13 points, 22 goals, 35 points, 4 penalty minutes. It says about him here, a mid-season trade from St. John sent him to rebuilding Phoenix. Great goal scorer with quick release, can slice through traffic. Skating isn't great, though, and defense needs work. Cool. Right on. And it says Joshua Roy is ranked 66th in North American, 6 foot 90. Pound right wing, yeah. Cool. Thanks for looking that up. 190 pounds, right. 90 pounds is a little light. Maybe his girlfriend's 90 pounds. And who else are we talking about here? You had a Wig Fitness is sorting out Tage Harding. Oh, Harding hasn't been picked yet. Harding, I assume, is the last name, and he's not listed in my top 100 here, unfortunately. I can't tell you much about him at the moment. Oh, you said, oh my God, Tage Harding got drafted. Did he like just get drafted? Oh, okay, by Chicago, who just picked in Carolina's place. I guess you're watching a different broadcast there. Okay, Harding, a defenseman.
Sam at 85. Boston went with Brett Harrison of Araujo.
Yeah, so they go back to a place that they're familiar with.
Okay, we got 2 picks to report on. Islanders, Carolina.
Type of players where John might be a little bit more responsible in all 3 zones.
I'm talking about Brett Harrison, yeah. Goes to dirty areas and finds soft spots on ice. Good goal scoring instinct. That's Boston's pick. 6'2", left shot center. Islanders, Carolina. Buffalo, Tampa. Okay, here we are. Shit, I don't have the numbers up.
So this guy does have that goal scoring ability. 21 goals as a 16-year-old, pretty impressive in a league that on an Oxford team that was just about on the rise and potentially there to host the Memorial Cup. So he had to fight for some of his minutes over there. Still a very successful player in his first year.
Tell me if this doesn't give you goosebumps. Growing up, his favorite team, Boston Bruins. We drafted him. Growing up, his favorite player, the Trace Bruins. Amazing. Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, Chicago, Tage Harding. Let's get on that. Defenseman. Okay. And the Avalanche got Andre Pulaski, a centerman.
Yes, the family theme continues. We're joined by Colton Doc, brother of Kirby. Congratulations.
Now they're talking to Colton Doc. Oh. Alski. Okay. Islanders just made a pick too. Goaltender Tristan Lennox. And Carolina's on the clock. Okay, I want to catch up here with some of the. Let's start with Harding, who I already told you I couldn't find in there at all. The defenseman, yeah, not there. So moving forward, so that was Chicago's pick, a defenseman. I don't know if he's a left or right or what. Let's move on to Avalanche's pick, Pulaski, a centerman. Pulaski is not another player not ranked by the Hockey News in the top 100. Okay, the Islanders pick Lennox, the goaltender. This is crazy. How many players not in here? Oh, really? Come on. Jeez, Louise. I can't believe this. It's not. Wow. God, you guys might be working more than me right now. Lennox, another player who is not ranked in the top 100 of the hockey news. Incroyable. Okay, Carolina just made a pick. Defenseman Aiden Hereshnuk. Let's get him up. I'll get back to the board in a second. Tage Harding is 6'7". Cool. It's the goaltender or the defenseman. Defenseman, 6'7". Big boy. Wow. Okay. I'm glad you're excited for him. Lamarcus Bowen says a drunk Russian has seized an office in Buffalo and doesn't want to leave. Okay. Is that actual news? Interesting. All right. So, Aiden, Carolina, Aiden Hereshnuk, the defenseman. RHRES. Chuck, a defenseman. And Buffalo made another pick. Josh Bloom at left wing. Okay, and we'll catch up here, starting with Carolina. Got to get that next board ready. Oh my God. Lightning and then Buffalo again. Okay, Hereshnuk. Oh, wow. He's ranked. Fantastic. Okay, Carolina's player, Hereshnuk, the defenseman, is ranked 89th overall. He's a 5'11", 187-pound defenseman. It says here that he arrived with a lot of hype but disappointed in the first half, but then came around. Great on the offensive blue line, and his defending is getting better. Boston College commit. He's playing in the USHL, by the way. Okay, so Carolina at number 94. Okay, here we go. All right, Josh Bloom. We do not have a Josh Bloom, another player not listed in the top 100. Okay. Tampa has picked Roman Schmidt, a defenseman. You think with all these players that are completely off the board, they would pay more attention to that than the interviews, but oh well. Okay, Roman Schmidt. Kind of caught up here, Schmidt. Schmidt, yes, thank God. Okay, he's ranked 85th by the Hockey News. Talking about Tampa Bay's pick here. A defenseman at number 96. Again, ranked 85th by the Hockey News. He's 6'6", 209 pounds. Played in the USHL in 45 games, 3 goals, 14 points, 49 penalty minutes. They call him a defensive defenseman, has great combo of size and skating ability, still a project, and needs to handle pressure better. OHL Kitchener and Boston U will battle for his services. There we have it. Okay. And Buffalo has picked a right winger. Oliver Nadeau. This name sounds familiar. He's a right winger. Anaheim is on the clock. Nadeau. We're into round 4, by the way. Nadeau is not listed at all in the top 100. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Kyle F. Oh, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining me. Thank you. Yeah. Please consider subscribing. Got a lot of content here. Put up a lot of videos, and I'm going on 3 years. So I would love to have you aboard. All right. I got to switch boards. Okay. Last look at it. Last look. Oh, I should take a picture too for later. That would help. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Grab the next board. So we finished at 97. Okay, here we are. Fresh. 97, so 98. Nine, this marker's running out. What the fuck? Ugh. Christ. Anyways, and it sucks. Okay, there we're just in the middle of a commercial. Buffalo's the last one to go, but depending on which coverage channel you're watching, they've probably moved forward. So I'm just preparing here the board, fresh board. You know what? I don't use these boards much anymore. The last time I had used them was last year's draft. Oh, we're back. How far am I behind? Two picks. Okay. We got Anaheim and Seattle. Anaheim, Seattle, New Jersey. Anaheim, Seattle, New Jersey. Columbus, Detroit. Detroit. San Jose. All right. Okay. Anaheim. Konstanenko, they're talking about him, Montreal's pick, that 6'1" defenseman. He was picked 87th overall a while back, right shot. They call him reliable defenseman that plays with lots of confidence, mobile skater that gets puck to net. In 40 games, 1 goal, 9 assists, +6 rating in the VHL. He's Russian, obviously. Okay, Joshua Lopina. The center. Keeps going. just keeps going. Billy Otanavian. Billy Otanavian. New Jersey picked a goalie. Jacob Malik. That sounds familiar. Okay, Columbus is on the clock. Sort of caught up there. That's where we are at the moment. Columbus is on the clock. Let's look up Lupina. Lupina. Where are you, Lupina? Lupina, he's here. He's number 99. And he's picked at number 98. Damn, that was almost too perfect. Josh Lupina. Okay. La la la. 98 Anaheim. Okay, Josh Lupina that Anaheim picked. He's a 6'2" center from UMass Hockey East. In 29 games, 9 goals, 23 points. They say another re-entry. Lupina 20 was a standout freshman for the national champs, north-south player with edge and a two-way game. The only concern is his skating, heavy boots. Seattle Kraken. Let's see if we can find this player. Ville Otavanian. Oh, and Columbus just picked Guillaume Richard, a defenseman. Who is 6'2", left shot defenseman, has all skills needed to be a pro. Really good first pass, escapes pressure very well. In 46 games, 2 goals, 14 assists, plus 10 in the USHL with Tri-City. He's from Quebec. Guillaume Richard. Guillaume Richard. Okay. There we go. All right, so we were at Otvanian. They're talking about Richard right now, the goaltender.
The name that we may see, and the Richard name is pretty good in the National Hockey
Oh,
League
yes.
for years.
LG just said in my ear, great first pass. You've taught us all over the course of our time here how critical that first pass is, what an important weapon.
Otvanian, the defenseman, is not listed on the Hockey News Top 100.
95% of those passes, you go from
Let's
behind
go to
your back
Malik.
to the team's blue line and push
They're
the
still
pace
talking
of
about
the
Richard,
offense.
picked
It's
by
not
Columbus.
making the pass in the back door, then threading the needle. It's about putting the puck on a guy's tape to get out of your zone. Because when you get out of your zone, you're out of trouble. And for defensemen, if you can skate with the lateral ability and you have the first pass ability, you are so far ahead of everybody else.
Malik
Because
also
that's what teams
not
want to do. How do I
on
get out of my zone? If
the
you go pass
Hockey
it,
News
it's
Top
amazing
100.
you watch NHL. I say if you're watching NHL, a team that can go tape
So
to tape,
Richard, Guillaume Richard.
tape to tape passes, like tape to tape, not stick to tape, because players in NHL, they'll take a pass.
The Hockey News office must be up in a roar right now.
It has to go tape to tape to tape. 3 passes from zone to zone. You watch next time you're watching.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
And it has to be in the same, like moving forward. It's not tape to tape. Well, I'll throw it back here. I'll throw it to a zone. No, it's a direct tape to tape. And when you see teams doing that,
Guillaume Richard, okay, by the Columbus, the left shot defenseman. He's ranked 79th by the Hockey News. He goes 101. You keep hearing about how good he is at the first pass. He's 6'2", 172 pounds from the USHL. You heard that already. 46 games. He's got 2 goals, 16 points. The University of Maine commit won a gold at the World Under-18s. Richard has size and great skating ability, but he's still raw. Puck play and transition game, good already. Oh my God, we're caught up. Oh. Okay, sort of. San Jose, New York Rangers, Chicago. think they're still talking about Richard here. What do we have in the chat room?
Nos was a guy who was playing in the USHL.
All right.
Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. Richard's
Okay.
rights are owned by the St. John Sea Dogs, who chose not to report their player born in Quebec City to go play in the USHL to play the college route. It's not typical for that to happen. It tends to be that player would report to the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, so I give him a lot of credit. I also give Hockey Canada a lot of credit.
So for anyone who wants to know, yesterday's draft went almost 3 hours and 45 minutes. So that was for round 1. And right now, we're at 3 hours and 41 minutes. We're almost at the same amount of time. And we've gone through almost, over double the amount of players. So we're going definitely much faster. Detroit is on the clock right now. There we go. Okay. Commercial. Oh, it's a SmackDown commercial for the WWE. I used to watch this a lot when I was a kid, mostly in the 80s, a little bit in the 90s. I still recognize some of the wrestlers from way back then. Oh my God. I don't know if any of you watch wrestling or not, but I used to go to wrestling matches in Toronto Maple Leaf Gardens and in the Sky Dome in Toronto. I think I was at WrestleMania 1. I was at the one where Hulk Hogan faced off against the Ultimate Warrior. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember that. And I think I was also at another WrestleMania there where it was Hogan versus Andre the Giant. That's how old I am. Isn't that weird? They're still on a commercial at the moment. Detroit was on deck. So we'll see how that goes. Everyone's still alive here? Everyone's still kicking. Yes. I'm usually one of the last ones to do a live reaction video who's still kicking into the later rounds. So, but this is my last board. I do have some tiny boards, which I might be able to fit, I don't know. I'll show you. They're very fragile. These tiny little boards here. So I'll have to alter. I could alter this. Still alive and kicking. All right, Dizzy. Nice. You're 10 years older than I am? Really? Also, you know all the wrestlers I'm talking about then. Oh, maybe not. Did you say you were? I'm trying to remember to say if I heard you say you weren't Russian, though. You were not Russian, right? 10 years older than me. Wow. Okay. So that doesn't happen often. Most of my friends are actually older than me, too, believe it or not. Vegas is on the clock, so they swapped the pick with Detroit here. So Vegas is up. In exchange, the Wings get a 4th rounder and a 5th rounder. Who really cares? Blah, 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 blah. Vegas is next. That's the point. They're on the clock. You know the wrestlers. Nice. Oh, you are from Toronto, originally from Toronto as well. Cool. Well, that's starting to make sense. So we'll see how. Oh, they picked. Okay, I'm going to put this down and shut up. Vegas. Well, another Torontonian. I'm happy to be joined by you. No wonder you are so well. Oh my God, I'm trying to put words together. My brain is becoming very difficult now. Well versed in the hockey lingo. Okay, so Vegas picks centerman Jacob Brabenec. They're talking about Oliver Nadal at the moment, who's he was picked 6'2" by the Sabres a while ago, 97th pick overall. Also, so he was the last one on the board. They say he's very good down low and goes hard to the net. 6'2", 204 pounds, shoots right. He was the right winger. That's what they're talking about now. But I'll get back to Vegas's pick here because San Jose is on the clock. Jacob Brabennick. Centerman. Okay. What are they talking about now while I look for this? They're still talking about Nadal, if you're interested in hearing about that.
Looking for that slow progression for that player as maybe that power forward, that Tanner Jeannot type player that we saw get into a couple of games.
Okay, Brabennick, where are you? I just found you. Where are you? Brabennick. Okay, so Brabennick, who Vegas just picked, is ranked 92 overall by the Hockey News. To Vegas. I don't want to look like your grandfather. Hello, is this thing working? Okay. So Brabennick, I'm gonna move along here. It says in 23, he's a centerman, 6'2", 276 pounds from the Czech Republic. In 23 games, he had 1 point, 4 penalty minutes. Showed nice potential and a responsible side while playing against men. Internationally, he was an offensive driver for the Czechs. Charlottetown has his QMJHL rights. That's his. Brabennick, hardworking two-way forward, good puck control and vision, reads game and step ahead. Yeah, they just said everything I just said. They're talking about him right now. San Jose pick, though. They're talking about Brabennick.
Control and vision. He's a good passer, good playmaker, reads the game, step ahead, wins battles using his physical strength. He's just a real reliable player. This is the type of player you're going to get in this round now. You're trying to find somebody like this that maybe somehow, depending on your philosophy organizationally, some teams, believe it or not, trying to find somebody here that has all these
Rangers
skills,
just picked two.
something they think can explode him. Other teams are just looking for a player that they think can help fill out the bottom half of their roster. Depends on what you have. I like to do a little bit of big game hunting. If there's something there, you can afford to do
And
that.
Chicago's on the clock.
Pieces,
Okay.
they are somewhat fungible.
Rangers, Arizona, Chicago.
For those bottom balls. Maybe not to the level of Barclay Goodrow. That's why the Rangers paid a premium. But still, that's what's going on right now for the draft. That's what we're going to see for the next, how much time, Rita?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Okay, so let's go to San Jose's pick.
2.5 hours. This is fun. Let's keep it.
LaRoque. I think they're losing steam on the broadcast as well. LaRoque. LaRoque. Oh, fuck. He's a defenseman. Why didn't I? Okay. And Chicago just picked again. They took it off. Damn you. All right. LaRoque. I don't think he's here. San Jose's pick. I'm still trying to find. Yeah, okay. LaRoque is not in the top 100. Don't know. Don't know much about him. All right. So let's look at Lamb. Is it Lamb or Lambos? Carson Lambos. No. No, I have a Lambos. I do not have a Lamb. Almost sounds like a haiku. So Lamb is also not there. He's not listed. We'll wait to see if they say anything about him in the broadcast later. And thank you, everyone, for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. It's slowly climbing. We have now broken the time slot from yesterday by 5 minutes. Woo! Okay. So it's on the commercial, so I can't. I know Chicago has picked. All I know is the guy's first name is Ethan. That's all I know at the moment. So I'll put an E there. That's as far as I can go. Whew. There must be. Let's see if there's anything in the news here. Round 4. Let's see if I can check the tracker. I'm at. Oh wow, they really. Oh no. So where am I at? 105. 105. Okay, a defenseman, Ethan Del Mastro. Oh, what a name! I love this name, Del Mastro. Hello, my name is Ethan Del Mastro. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Ethan Del Mastro. Spelling one. Del Mastro. Del Mastro. Defenseman. He is a defenseman. Del Mastro. Hello. I am Del Mastro. I hope this guy is listed. He has such a great name. You don't see anyone in the NHL rankings as well, yeah. Wow, okay. We're definitely finding these picks in outer space now. Del Mastro, tell me you're here, Del Mastro. You should be under D, right? Well, okay, they're chugging along here. They're talking about Del Mastro. Okay. All right, here we go. Strong defenseman with really good range, really good mobility, and handles rush well. In 57 games in the OHL, 0 goals, 7 assists, but that's 2019-20. He's from Ontario, 210 pounds, 6'4", age 18.
He's a
really difficult to play against defensemen. There we go. 57th ranked in North America. Thank you.
Played for Canada at the under-18s once again, and a guy who just asserted himself exactly in that role. And 7 assists, 57 games in 2018-19.
Okay. Rangers have picked.
He's got the smarts. You know all about that. But his most important asset is knowing exactly what he is.
They're talking about Del Mastro if you want to listen in.
He's not making any bones about it, and I love that. He's going to lean on you. He's going to be very difficult to play against. And if you come in front of the net, he's going to let you know about it.
The Scholastic Player of the Year intrigues me because we always hear about hockey IQ. It's not like players need to know all of the world capitals, but it demonstrates a discipline and a unique ability to learn and retain information that you guys can attest is valuable as a player because you played for Hitch. My goodness, you were constantly fed information. When you hear a guy is a Scholastic Player of the Year, that's a skill that will translate at the next level. So.
Absolutely. It's key. It is key because you're right. It is, and for the teams, you do all your homework. One of the parts of the homework is to have players that can understand and comprehend. You've got some systems. You've got face-off plays. You've got all sorts of things going on in the middle of a game. You're yelling and screaming player to player on the ice. You've got things going on as a player on the ice. When the coach says, "All right, it's
Carolina Philly Stars.
Comprehend and take it from verbal to put it down on the ice." And that's where you see the Scholastic Players of the Year. Guys who are a little bit book smart, think that little bit of thinking process. It's not always about a hockey IQ. It's about being able to translate what you're hearing or seeing and being able to quickly, hey, I can use some of that. And it does go a long way. And that's why in the OHL, the CHL are really big on pushing education, that these kids' education are paid for. They encourage players to go to school. I know when I was in junior hockey, I had
So the Rangers, Vassinen.
In school, everything was taken care of, and now they always receive the awards. Scholastic Player of the Month, Scholastic Player of the Year.
They're just rambling on now. Another guy not on here. This Rangers player is not in here at all. Let's look up Arizona's pick. Lindbergh. No, not on here either. That's a defenseman. Well, they're at Chicago just picked a centerman. And we're talking Victor St. Jernborg. Jernborg. Okay. Carolina's on the clock, but notable fourth rounder picks among active players: Goudreau, Arvidsson, Holtby, Ekholm, Brody, and Slavin. And Carolina just picked two. Carolina picked a right winger, Jackson Blake, excuse me. Okay. Okay. All right. So, St. Jernborg. Let's look up Chicago's pick here. It's in some way, it's helping me speed things up, but St. Jernborg is not in the top 100 in the hockey news list. Let's look up Carolina's Blake, the right winger. No, he's not on here either. Not on here. They're talking about him now, though.
Anyway, they'll be talking about Jackson's 2020 heroics.
Jackson Blake.
2021 heroics for years. He had the state championship winning goal in double OT.
Okay, they say he's a right winger, 5'10", 158 pounds. He's shifty with puck, using subtle fakes to open up shooting and passing lanes. Deceptive speed. In 25 games in the USHL with Chicago, he's got 7 goals, 10 assists. He's from Minnesota.
He's just a tad under 160, but the skill level
Right
is
winger.
there, and there's a lot to like about this guy. And the points,
Talking about him now.
the
Philly
accolades,
just picked.
everything is added up nicely. He's going to apply his trade at the University of North Dakota. That's going to be a perfect fit for him, in my opinion. He's a smaller guy.
Defenseman Brian Zanetti.
Watch and say, geez, I don't know, he's a smaller guy. Every time I leave, I say, geez, he plays like a bigger guy. He's got the heart of a lion. That's going to play well for him. This is a really good pick at this number right here. This is a tremendous pick, in my opinion, for the Carolina Hurricanes.
It's funny how those things work out. If you see one thing,
We're talking about Jason Blake still.
And then you're thinking about, I don't know, today doesn't really matter.
Okay, we'll see if we can find Zanetti.
But we see something in this guy that
Blake, 52nd in North America by the NHL. Thank you.
Well, and that's just a great developmental program. So that's what you're thinking about. So again, we have to remember, oftentimes we want to take these players, we want to put them in a bucket and say, this is what this guy is going to do for this team. But so often it doesn't happen, especially in the later rounds.
Cool,
for
thanks.
3 or 4
Diz,
years. So you take the college road, you take your time there, you pop yourself into the AHL for a little
Zanetti
while,
here.
you get used to that level, and all of a sudden, that one
No,
thing that
only
bothers you,
one
that you're projecting to
player with a
continue
Z last
on that great
name,
trajectory,
and he's
it continues
not
to work for you.
here.
It gets you into the National Hockey League. It might not
I
sustain
guess we're getting to the later picks.
It helps
This is
you realize
naturally going to happen,
on the
especially
top
if the
of
hockey
great
news
trajectory.
only
I think
has 100 players.
leading Toronto Toronto's Marlies to an AHL crown, then becoming the GM of the Leafs. He joins Jackie and EJ right now.
Who's?
Kyle, thanks for
Kyle Dubas, they're interviewing right now.
Asking you about Matthew Nyes, a 6'2", 210 power forward you guys just took in the second round. What do you like about this player other than the fact that he's a big dude?
Well, our scouting staff, led by John Lilly, has been very high on Matthew for some time, and especially like the way that he finished his year in Tri-City in the USHL and the way that he played in the playoffs against Fargo for them. So they've done a lot of work on him over the last several years, and we'll look forward to continuing to watch him develop with staff at the University of Minnesota.
And how is it in the room today? I guess it's one of these years when you don't have as many picks. Obviously, the Toronto Maple Leafs have been a good team over the last several years. When that happens, sometimes you're trading away picks to get assets. You have 3 picks at this point. Has there been any talk about maybe adding some as you move through here?
We talked about moving down EJ to collect more assets in the second round, but when Matthew was still on the board, we just decided to go ahead and make the pick based on the reviews of our scouting staff, and obviously trust in John and Tim Speltz and our staff there, and add Matthew to our group. But I think for us, it was last year we had a lot of picks, and knowing that this year would be a little bit of a different type of season, not knowing in October how it was going to play out, and with some leagues not even playing at all. But our focus, obviously as we went through the season and our team was where we were at the trade deadline, we made a determination to move some of our draft capital out to try to give ourselves the best chance we could. Obviously did not end the way that we wanted to, but right back at it here today and trying to make the most of the picks that we do have and just enjoy the day together.
It's a tricky situation for all teams because of the last 18 months this year and now the cap situation. What has your approach been? What has your mindset been to the expansion draft, to this draft?
You're still interviewing Kyle Dubas, by the way.
Here and things start moving with those guys. What's your mindset been for this team and how you're going to navigate?
And we have a couple new players on the board.
Absolutely, Jackie. So for the expansion draft, our entire goal was to
William
try to get
Trudeau.
through.
Oh my God.
Was losing the least amount of talent.
Frenchman for Montreal.
In Seattle. And so we made the trade with Pittsburgh to sort of hedge ourselves against losing a forward without having the protection, then having to go into free agency or the trade market to address it. And with free agency coming up, our goal is going to be
I'll catch up with the board in a second here.
Space that we have to continue to improve our team and try to push our way through here and finally break through come the playoffs. So that's been our focus there. Our focus today in the draft is simply to take the 3 picks that we have and just take the player at the top of our list, or try to improve the amount of draft capital we have this year and next year by moving back or moving back in years. So that's been the way we've looked at it. It's nothing too exciting from our standpoint. We've got a lot of work to do. And this is a key time for us to do that.
I'm glad he said that.
Yeah, Kyle, when you look at your group, where do you think you need to make adds based on the cap space, as you mentioned, that you have? Because
they're drilling him, huh? Anyways, Roulette, the left winger from Dallas that they picked. They compare him to Jason Schwartz. He's ranked 44th by the Hockey News. He really fell. 53rd internationally.
We're pretty happy with the way that our
They compare him to Jaden Schwartz.
And in the playoffs and in the first round against Montreal. I think we're going to need to add to our depth up front and maybe add a different type of element to our group up front, particularly in the bottom half of our lineup. So we'll get to that either through our own internal development or through free agency. And then the area right now that's a huge focus for us is going to be in goal. So we've got Jack Campbell returning, and Jack had a great season. But I think next year, especially moving to 82 games, we'd love to see Jack continue to progress and carry the ball. But I think as everybody in the league knows, we're going to need to have another complement to Jack to make sure that we're covered off there. So that's our major focus as we head into this week and into Wednesday and free agency opening.
Last one for you, Kyle. Earlier this week, you made a point to say that you believe in this group and you're going to stick with them moving forward. Obviously, last season did not end the way that any of you guys wanted it to. What have your conversations with guys like Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner been like, since that first round exit? Because I do believe a lot of times you do have to lose before you can win. What have you liked in your conversations with those guys that give you confidence for next season?
Well, I sure hope you're right, Jackie, on the point there. And I think that's exactly what we have to do. But it's been very interesting, I think, this year. And then everybody's...
That's Kyle Dubas again who's speaking.
It has been different in terms of the reaction of our players to this. And I think after the season, there was tremendous disappointment, a lot of introspection, no real blame of anybody else or pointing fingers elsewhere. So I thought it was a good part of growth on the bit of, especially of our younger core players with our team, that they know where we're at. They know now that they're not 21, 22 anymore. They're suddenly 23, 24, 25. And the window that, when you start your career in the league, you think you're going to have an unlimited runway, and you suddenly go through 6 or 7 seasons and realize that, you've got to start to take advantage of the opportunity that their talent allows them to have. So I'm really excited to get through the next month and a half here and get the group back together and get rolling again. And as I said the other day, I do have a very strong belief in this group, and excited to see us get rolling again next season.
Hey, Kyle, we've seen a lot.
Oh my God, they won't let Kyle Dubas go.
It's been really exciting for those of us in the media. I'm sure for fans, I don't know how much excitement it is for you guys who are scrambling to make things work. But what do you think? Is this just indicative of the flat cap world we're in right now, where a lot of teams are kind of moving pieces around? You have expansion as part of things. Do you think that's part of why we've seen all this kind of movement over the last couple of days, and probably more moving forward?
Sure, I think certainly the flat cap plays into it. I think teams are also being more aggressive to expedite rebuilds, and then you add Seattle into the mix, and the uncertainty that brought.
Okay, so Boyko, a goalie that was taken 112th by the Rangers overall. He's not in the top 100. He's not listed. Montreal picked a Frenchman, who I assume is French, because his name is William Trudeau. He's a defenseman. He's also not on the list. At 114, the Detroit Red Wings picked Redmond Savage, quite a cool name there, a centerman. Now, he is on my list here. He's ranked 88th overall by the Hockey News. What they are saying about him, he was 5'11", 181 pounds, played in the USHL. And he's a son of ex-NHLer Brian Savage. Interesting. Is an ace in the face-off circle and ultra competitive. Doesn't have a big frame, but he's got the will and the motor. Committed to NCAA Miami. Okay, now we're at Nashville. Ryan Yufko, a defenseman. Yufko. Oh, okay, Yufko is in here. 94. Okay, Yufko. Nashville's pick at 115. He's ranked 94th by the Hockey News. Now, he's a defenseman, 6 foot, 194 pounds from Finland. It says here that he is a noteworthy D-man on Finland's World Under-18 squad. Villinen can handle a puck and bring some bite. Played in the Liga, but still has a lot of development ahead of him. Again, that's Yufko, defenseman for Nashville. No. Am I going nuts here? Oh my God. I just read Tapas Villanen's name. Ugh. Pardon me, guys. 49. Oh my God. Oops. Yufko's ranked 49. I don't know what I was thinking there. Yufko's ranked 49th by the Hockey News. Well, it's better for him anyway. Ryan Yufko. Okay. Number 115. So it's interesting he fell so high. Nashville. Now, so 49th ranked by the Hockey News, not rated by International Scouting. He's 5'10", 181 pounds. He's a right shot defenseman. There's some info there. righty. Okay. I know the Oilers already picked. Let's see if I can get this updated here. What do we got? Anything in the chat here, Blake? No. All right. So welcome. If you're new to the channel, thank you so much. We're well into the 4th round. Thanks for joining us. Are you kidding me? Okay. They're talking about Redmond Savage now, who was picked 114th overall by the Red Wings, 5'11". It says he's outstanding leadership qualities, great details, good defensive hockey sense in both ends. And 46 games, 18 goals, 24 assists with the NTDP. He's from Scottsdale, Arizona. He looks like another prospect who went much earlier. 5'11", 180 pounds, shoots left. That's Redmond Savage. I'm going to move ahead here. 117. They're talking about Redmond Savage. I'll turn it off.
NHL players finding their way into the National Hockey League or into the draft at least en route to that. But a really interesting young player and a real leader. So that's the thing that I took away from watching him play.
His nickname is Red, and he's going to the Red Wings. Things just work out. Ryan Ufko, EJ, to the Preds at 115. What can you tell us about
Talking
him?
about Ufko, I just talked about. Makes good decisions, moves the puck well, has good offensive instincts.
They really thought that Ryan was one of the smarter kids that they've ever coached there. And there's another sharp defenseman, right shot kid, a little bit undersized. But again, when you're smart and you're making good decisions and you're not putting yourself into a bad spot on the ice, obviously you can overcome a little bit of a size disadvantage. But that's the key thing to remember about Ryan, Tony, is that he is a smart player and they really were impressed with his hockey IQ.
Baristas around the league be warned. Iced coffee only form, not the hot stuff. Reader, you also know
Boston,
Boys committed to the University
Wild.
of Massachusetts Amherst. That's
Wild.
Yeah, some guy from Colorado.
Yeah, the year is pretty good. And you know what? When he got to UMass Amherst, he wasn't a big kid either. No, he wasn't. He's not a big kid. Everyone watched this young man play tier 2, and the big question was, is he going to have the size?
Arizona.
And Ufko is going to learn his game. He's going to develop his game, and this is what it's all about. He's got great hockey sense. He's a smart kid, like you said. But it's interesting when you step into a program or there's a program that has a player such as Cale McCarr.
Hey, just getting the board ready here, trying to catch up.
Thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe I want to be like Cale McCarr and see what happens for Ryan.
Yeah, I just got to add in because I left this out. I apologize to Jason Blake, a friend of mine, and I see often in Minnesota when talking about Jackson. I just take it for granted.
Edmonton, Jack Chason. Holy, he's almost off.
Dakota, of course, but if you remember way back when he actually started at Barry State and transferred, Jackson's going to just start out at North Dakota.
Sentiment.
Congratulations to their family.
Okay, Boston.
It just keeps rolling with the Sons of.
Oh, it's incredible.
Oh, yeah. Selene
Everyone.
Boston picked a goalie at 117, Philip Svedback.
Filled with so many unknowns, there is a piece that you can hang your hat on, rely on, that the player at least understands the culture of the NHL and gets the business.
Okay. Kyle Masters, a defenseman taken by Minnesota at 118.
Jake Chason, nephew of Doug Lidster, as we continue.
Talking about Jake Chason, picked by Edmonton right here. Intelligent, good player, contributes in a lot of ways, could blossom into power forward. 20 games, 9 goals, 11 assists, plus 12 in the WHL from Abbotsford. BC.
Right shot center, 6'2", 165 again. Another player that is going to need some time to continue to grow, continue to build. Plays with Brandon Wheat Kings in the WHL out west. Good scoring instincts. Got a great shot. Probably one of the heavier shots in junior hockey and at his age group. And he's one of these players with the size. He's excellent in traffic and along the boards. And
Washington picks Joaquin LeMay, a defenseman.
To be a center. And you end up getting into the
at
national
119.
find your niche, end up becoming a winger. And if you were good at traffic, good along the board,
Florida, this is rolling fast. Holy
that's not like a
jeez.
good winger in the National Soccer League. And again,
Florida picked a defenseman, Vladislav Lukashevich.
and at times put some weight on. You've got
My
some
apologies for the
You've got
pronunciation.
some time to grow, some time to build some muscle on that frame.
And he is
But
a
if you're
defenseman,
already
yeah.
good at certain things that NHL scouts and GMs and everybody wants to have that type of player. If you're already good at that and you're going to grow it even more, I think it's a pretty good thing. So Jake says on it, say,
Oh,
well, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Can I call a quick timeout and ask you guys a weight question? Because I remember when Elias Pettersson went.
okay. All right. Shison, is he here? Just catching up. Shison, is he in? Is he in? They've talked about him already. He's not in the top 100 here. But that's fine. Svebak, the goalie, is he down here? Svebak is not in here as well, the Boston goalie. Kyle Masters, the defenseman picked by the Minnesota Wild. Masters. How do they get these wonderful names? Masters is also not on the list, too. Joaquin LeMay, the Washington pickup, the defenseman. He is not on the list either. Florida's pick, Lukashevich. Yes, he's here. He's number 100, actually. At 120. He's ranked 100 by the Hockey News. That's Florida. Okay, 6'2", 159 pounds. This is the Florida defenseman pick. 36 games, 3 goals, 19 points, 8 penalty minutes. It calls him the top scoring defenseman on his junior team. Lukashevich can skate and handle a puck, but can he play a team game? Missed World Under-18s due to injury. San Jose just picked a right winger, Ethan Cardwell. Ethan Cardwell. Everyone still alive there? Ethan Cardwell, right winger. Okay. Arizona just made their pick. And it's a goalie, Rasmus Korhonen. Goalie, okay. And Carolina is on the clock. Nashville, New York Islanders, Montreal. Nashville, New York Islanders, Montreal. Montreal, where are you? Okay. Coming to the end here. Do I go on with the small boards? I don't know. This is just happening so fast. Whew. Korhonen. Okay. Cardwell. Cardwell, is he here? Cardwell, not on here. Cardwell does not exist to the Hockey News. Klimovich was here. I could have sworn I heard his name earlier. Korhonen, the goalie that Arizona just picked. I suppose these guys on the broadcast are just running to stuff food in their mouths in between breaks too. Like, because I had eggs this morning, but that was over almost about 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. I've been drinking probably not enough water. Korhonen, the goaltender, he's not on here either. Not here. Okay. Oh, wow. That's enough. We're at 420, ladies and gentlemen. 420. Light it up. It's 420. Perfect timing. Wish I had a. Maybe not. Okay. All right. So I don't even. What round are we? We're still in round 4, right? Yeah. Wow. I can't believe I did 7 rounds last year. That's insanity. 7 rounds. That was an 8-hour day. I started this. Yeah. Whew. That's double the amount of time from now. Double the amount of time doing it. Crazy. So we've sort of caught up here. Just go over it. At Arizona picked a goalie, Corhonen, at 122. San Jose picked Cardwell, a right winger, at 121. The Panthers, Florida, picked Lukashevich, if I'm pronouncing that properly, a defenseman, at 120. The Capitals at 119 picked a defenseman, LeMay. And the Wild at 118 picked Kyle Masters, a defenseman. Great name there. Boston picked a goalie, Schwedebach, if I'm saying that properly. And then the Oilers picked a centerman, Chiasson. They like their Chiassons. At 116. Okay, and we're back. Kyle Masters, they say he's a dynamic player. He has an upside and generates offense, can create and join the rush. He's the defenseman who shoots right. And he went 118th right here. 175 pounds. Yeah, talking about him at the moment. I'll turn this up. So I'm still caught up. Surprisingly enough, after that commercial break. Very shocked. I'll turn it way up so you can hear it. They're talking about him now.
6'1", 175, his skating ability, and he plays a little bit of an edge. And again, another right, especially right-shooting defenseman. He's a great skater. Sammy, you probably know more about
Good pickup by Minnesota.
Than any of us up here, but he's the type of player that you can draft now, but development right there, and his minutes are going to grow. If I'm right, I don't think Red Deer was that good this year. No.
All right,
And
528 subscribers. Awesome.
The team, and he is going to have
Lovely.
a much bigger role. He's going to get a lot more responsibility. The leadership, his leadership role will be much improved on the team. Steve Konowalchuk goes in there as the head coach. He helped develop Ethan Bears, become a very serviceable NHL.
Oh, we had a trade, so Ottawa's picking next, not Carolina.
The Center family, which owns the club, looked around at possible solutions for what they were going to do in the bubble, and what they said was, we're going to take all of our suites in the rink, and we're going to kind of transfer them into mini apartments for their players. So they literally stayed on the concourse of the rink in the suites, and so they gave all teams a little clock on the night side.
I mean to show you my ugly belly.
Water and chocolate when you roll down the
I'm a little sweaty. I'm spritzing.
They stayed there the entire time. That can be really challenging, but I give the Senators a lot of credit because they got a lot of support from the community to do it. And then they
just turn the fan up. Let me check
on the big screen. It's
batteries.
That rink has gone over some pretty good renovations in the last 5 years, going back to when they hosted the Memorial Cup in 2016, and right on through they continue with those renovations.
Batteries are still charging. I'm just gonna sit down just for a brief second here. Oh my God. Okay, Ottawa. That's the end of that.
At pick 120, the Florida Panthers going with Vladislav.
Okay, Vladislav Lukashevich. They say he's a defenseman. He's a left shot. And he's a smooth skater with a good acceleration, speed, and balance. At his best in the defensive zone, 38 games, 3 goals, 16 assists, plus 20 rating in the MHL. 167 pounds only. 6'2".
Checked out to be a potential third pair D at 6'2", 167 pounds. Jumps out at you just a little bit. He's light, but he's also got time.
Carson Latimer.
Really nice things in the MHL.
Ottawa pick. Carson Latimer.
He was tied for the most assists with 16 this year of all U18 players. Finished second among all U18 defensemen at total points.
They're
this
still
year,
talking about
19.
Lushkevich.
He was injured and unable to participate for Russia in the 2021 U18 World Championships. I felt like that being hurt him just a little bit. I had him ranked quite a bit higher than this, about 35, 40 picks earlier. Something like that is all it takes, particularly in a draft like this. Big guy, smooth skater, great acceleration, good speed and balance. Can pass or carry the puck out of danger. At his best in the defensive zone. Good pick for the Florida Panthers, in my opinion. Particularly when you think of where
My writing's getting worse and
my
worse.
suspicion is they would have had him about where they had him, probably in the late 80s.
Montreal's got 2 picks in a row. And Vegas.
A finalist for GM of the year, and Joe Quenneville, finalist for Coach of the Year. Barkov, winner of the Selkie. Things on an upward climb for that team. Plenty of momentum. Let's send it over to EJ, and Jeff Gordon is back. Hi, Gortz.
Yes, thank you, Tony. And almost through the fourth round now. There's
Okay, they're talking in generalities. All right, so Ottawa picks a right winger, Latimer, and Nashville picked a defenseman, Mathieu. I'll look these 2 guys up now. I'll let you hear what the broadcast is saying, and we'll go from there. I'll turn it down.
They always see value. So that's where
Jeff Gorton is speaking now.
Have to have really good communication here and say, hey, listen, is this legit, or is this a guy falling in love with his area? Do we need to go get this guy, or can we wait and he's either going to be there, or we can live without the player and we like the next guy now?
Is that one of those things too? Like you said about communication, you really have to head scout, and you have to be in tune. And the head scout has to know all his guys that work for him, because some guys are probably banging the table every year, every time, and other guys may not step up. And when they do, you might want to listen a little more closely.
Yeah, it's like that in any business, really. There's people that have more emotion than others, and you have to understand that. Every year this guy's going to bang. He's going to bang somebody, and this guy, when he does it, it means something. So it's just understand the personalities and all the guys that make decisions in there.
And they have you have different scouts in different areas.
They're talking about scouts now. The New York Islanders just made a pick. They grabbed a centerman, Cameron Berg. That's Cameron Berg. Let's see if my green light marker is back. It is. Let's see if I can find him. I'll turn this back up again.
If you're handling the Americans, you generally like American players. If you're in the West, you think the West.
That's Gordon speaking.
Those are conversations that go on for years. That's not new to hockey.
And you're also kind of managing. Somebody's calling you about a trade, if other things are happening. So, it's just multiple things that could be happening at the same time, even if you don't have a lot of picks.
Yeah, especially, a lot of times you're going to go on the offensive here, right? If you don't have a pick for 30, 60 picks and you're sitting around and you don't have much to talk about, you might be making your calls right now, getting it in before maybe some rush comes and you have a few more picks that are punched together.
All right. Well, Tony, I have no call for you right now, so I'm just going to send it back.
Montreal's on the clock.
Have back-to-back picks.
It's like a boomerang because it's coming right back to you, Lawrence.
Okay, so what did we miss? So the Islanders. None of these guys are ranked in the top 100 of the hockey news. Going from San Jose's pick, Cardell, the right winger, Arizona's Corhoven, the goalie, Ottawa's pick, Latimer at right wing, Nashville's pick, Metier at defense. And they're talking about Cameron Berg right now. I'm going to shut up. They say he protects puck well and has a good short passing game, has competitive speed and quick release. He's a centerman. 6 foot, 192 pounds, shoots left in the USHL in 51 games, 27 goals, 31 assists, plus 10 rating. Wow. That looks like a pretty good find for them there. He's from West Fargo. Is it Nebraska? 6 foot, 192 pounds, shoots left. Well,
Impressive stuff.
they're talking about
We are almost done with the fourth round. You can see only 3 selections remaining. The pace has picked up. Canadiens with a pair of picks. Then it's Vegas and on to round 5. We have 7 rounds of selections. Some are pepperonis like what? We went the 9th round. We don't have that many rounds anymore. What a career. What a classy man.
Yeah, can you imagine? There used to be like 9 rounds in the draft. That's unbelievable. We're now at 4 hours and 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Turning down. They just went to commercial. Whew, wow. So this looks like a really good pick for the Islanders here. But yeah, a lot of these guys aren't listed. Or I'll just double check. Or tell in my in the hockey news. Let me see here. Jackson Blake. Yeah. Actually, he back to Jackson Blake here. He went to the Carolina Hurricanes. There is actually something on him here. He's just rated as an X factor. He's not rated. Number 109. Okay, Jackson Blake, who was picked by the Carolina Hurricanes, the right winger. They say he won a Minnesota high school title and dominated the tourney. Jason Blake's son, we know the player, played for the Maple Leafs among many other teams. And the Rangers, has great hockey sense and compete level. North Dakota commit, also played for USHL in Chicago. See if any of these other names look familiar here. Ertel, that sounds familiar. Ertel. He's not on this board. So I probably missed out on this X Factors page. As you can see here, there's a bunch of players, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 10 players. Jason Blake, I just mentioned. Cade Arensholz. I'm butchering that name, obviously. He's a right winger from Minnesota. There's Arensi Sergeyev, a goalie from Shreveport that may or may have not been picked already. That's for all these guys, actually. Owen Bartoskiewicz, a goalie from Wichita Falls of the NAHL. Justin Ertel, who I really feel was picked already. I'm trying to see my other boards. I really need an assistant. That's here. He is a left winger from Summerside Western of the MJAHL. I feel like, yeah, he's definitely been picked already. Jim Suomi, a defenseman from Finland. I feel like he might have gone too. Yegor Savikanov, a defenseman from Russia. I'm not sure I've heard his name yet or not. It's possible, though. Then there's Florian Elias. This guy's picture looks a little crazy. He's this guy right here at the bottom. There you have it. And he's from Mannheim, Germany. He's a centerman. Oh, we're back. Okay. Dylan Luke was picked by the Tampa Bay Lightning, a left winger. He generates a lot of opportunities, really hungry on pucks, good balance, quickness, and agility. He is 5'10", 175 pounds, shoots a left winger in 50 games. No, I was almost reading it. That sucks. Tampa, hold on. Tampa's not even up here. Where the hell are we? Come on, back to the draft. That's cruel. I don't know where we are. They've skipped ahead here. Where we were at pick 126. I think that went to Tampa. There was a trade. Yeah. Yeah, so the Lightning picked. So that's what I know. The Lightning did pick here in 126. And I forget his name already. I know I was just reading it to you, but yeah, totally lost my train of thought there. So yeah, Tampa, then Montreal, Vegas, and New Jersey. Enough of the commercials. Come on. Damn you, commercials. Damn you. And they're talking about the Olympics now. What just happened to my coverage, man? Okay, I'm just trying to find out where we are here. So the 5th round, I don't see any players picked. They're messing with me on this broadcast. Are you guys messing with me? Are you going back? What's happening? Okay, I'm just going to have to make an adjustment here to see if I can no, is that it? That's it. I outlasted the coverage. Oh no, wait, no. There's still SN1. There we go. Okay, we're back in business here. I almost lost coverage, but we're back. Dylan Luke. Cool, thank you. And we have a couple picks to catch up on. So yeah, so Lightning picked Dylan Luke at 126. And he's a left winger. And then Josh Pillar, a right winger, is picked by Minnesota. Oh, this went to Minnesota. Montreal traded away both its picks there. And they got, Josh Pillar, right wing. Right wing. I'll open up the broadcast as I just catch up. Here, Vegas is pick 2.
The thing that I always felt that was really beneficial about this program is that we are here today, and it's my analogy, we're here today, players are striving to get to the National Hockey League. They want to get drafted. Well, I think a lot of young U.S.-born hockey players now, and maybe in the last 10 years, are striving to get to the program. Everybody just says, well, I'm in the program. We're in the program. It's a national team development program. It used to be in Ann Arbor. It's now Plymouth. So many players want to get there. And if they don't get there, it's like, well, I'm going to prove you wrong. You should have picked me, and I'm going to be better. And when you have an opportunity, you have a building block like that all the players want to try to get to.
Okay.
And then the players that get there, it's so great drafts.
Let's
for year after year after year, including this year.
29 goals, 20 assists in NDTP in 50 games for Dylan Duke, the left winger. Dylan Duke, what a name. Definitely sounds like a stage name. He's ranked 47th overall by the Hockey News. So this is Tampa's pick. Tampa, and that's at 126. All right, so Dylan Duke, they compare him to Patrick Hornqvist. 49 points in 50 games at the USA Under-18s in 5 games, 3 goals, 4 points. Yeah, there you have it. Centerman shoots left. International Scouting Services has him at 36. Hockey News 47, and he went 126th. Wow, what a fall that we have there. Moving on, Pillar. Minnesota's pick.
For sure, as Dave touched on, all these kids, I have a teenage son that plays hockey. All they talk about is the top 40 kid.
They're just sort of rambling at the second on the broadcast. Pillar. New Jersey just picked 2. Pillar's not on. Pillar's not listed. You're taking another break? Oh my God. I'm not taking breaks. Demick. Let's look at Vegas's pick. Demick.
just looked it up.
Is he listed? Demick from Vegas is not listed as well. That's the centerman. And then I know New Jersey has picked. I just don't know who. Because we're in another commercial. They're just really going heavy on the commercials now on my broadcast. I'm just checking my tracker on my phone here. See if I could find. Okay, here we go. Topias Villainen. This sounds familiar. I think I do have him listed. Okay, back in business here. The defenseman, Topias D. Topias Villen. It almost sounds like villain, but it's spelled V-I-L-E-N. A defenseman. Well, that would suit the Devils just fine. Okay, yeah, and I think he's listed here. Let me look him up. There's still a commercial happening on the broadcast next to me. Yes, Topias Villain. There he is at 94. He's the guy I made a mistake on earlier. All right, so New Jersey Devils, and they got him at number 129. Okay, and so Topias Villainen, if that's how you pronounce it, probably not still. In 35 games, 3 goals, 8 points, 6 foot, 194 pounds from Finland. It says he's a noteworthy D-man on Finland's World Under-18 squad. Villainen can handle the puck and bring some bite. Played in the Liga, but still has a lot of development ahead of him. There's that. I'm definitely going to need to watch this thing. I feel like I got the fan on almost full blast here, and I feel like I'm soaked. Okay. Thank God you can't smell through this, huh? Wouldn't that be awful? Okay. Right. So I'm sort of caught up here until I'm not. We are in the 5th round, by the way. That started with the Devils pick. 5th. Okay. Oh, and we're back. Okay. All right, we have a couple of picks to talk about. Left winger, Sean Tishkerl by the Anaheim Ducks, and right winger Jacob Melason by the Kraken. Okay. Blue. So let's start with Anaheim's Sean. These don't look familiar, these names. TSCCHI girls. Girl, left winger. And then the Kraken. I don't know. Can you see this low on the board? Maybe not. I'm probably in the way anyway. Let's get Jacob Melason out here from the Seattle Kraken, the right winger. Now Anson, a right winger. Okay. All right. Who are they talking to? I don't know who. This guy looks familiar, but I don't know who he is. Manager? Someone's. Pat Kelly, Executive Director of USA Hockey. Pat Keller. Okay. Villian ranked 38th in Europe. Thank you, Diz.
The first time I met John Hines, I talked to him about that experience. He was an assistant, as you well know, on that move for team. We also want to touch on the USHL and the NAHL.
Okay, oh my God.
The role they play in American hockey. The USHL, of course, the only tier one hockey league in the US, and the NAHL, the only tier two.
Tishkerl's not on here.
Can you touch on their significance as part of the overall USA hockey infrastructure.
They are the pinnacle of junior hockey, and we have incredible players coming through there.
Okay, so Tish Girl by the Anaheim, the left winger, he's not listed here.
Lots of fits and starts, both the USHL and
I'll just double check my X factors. No, he's not there. Melanson by the Kraken.
came back to probably college this year to play in the USHL, and that made that league even stronger. Probably bumps
Not here either. Double check the X factors. No. All right, so Columbus has got 2 picks in a row now. One is defenseman Nikolai Makarov, and at 132, and at 133 is James Malatesta. So there's that. So I think I'm going to end it here. I don't think I'm going to bother going to the small boards. It's just too much work. I'm pretty tired and very hungry, and it's going so fast now. It's just really hard to keep up with everything. So all of a sudden I'm going to go and I got 4 people. I got more people watching. I wish I had like a ball of smoke. I could just boom and just explode and I'd go offline. That'd be really cool. Take a picture of this board. Yeah. Thanks guys. For you who've been sticking around, thanks for so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time as much as I did. Now I'm just super hungry and really thirsty and pretty tired. So I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm not going to pull that marathon that I did last year, 8 hours. We're almost at 5 hours. Yeah, they always speed up at the end. Yeah, it's very hard to keep up. Detroit just made a pick at 134. Liam Dower-Nielsen, the centerman. San Jose's on the clock. Anyway, again, thank you guys so much for joining me. Now, obviously, there are going to be trades continuing to happen over the next 10 days, especially. It's probably going to be really hot and heavy. I'll try to make some videos on those. I'm going to be away from my studio for the next little while, but I'll try to make some videos with this thing, perhaps. That's my dog, by the way. Oops. That's my dog. And this little microphone that I can take on the road with me. So I'll try to be shooting some stuff on the road, so look out for that. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Diz. Thanks for all your help. I really appreciate it throughout this. It was nice having someone help out, find those unlisted guys and put them on the board. So thank you so much for that again. And for everyone else who chipped in there, Lamarcus Brown, Wig Fitness, thanks for hopping aboard. Thank you to all my old subscribers who've been with me for a while now. It's been like almost 3 years. It's been fun. And to my new subscribers, I really appreciate it. Welcome aboard. And yeah, that's really about it. I think I'm going to sign off now. They're going hard into the 5th round. San Jose just picked Artem Guriev, a defenseman. And I think that's going to be the last listing. Thank you so much again. It's like, do I want to stick around for 12 minutes to the 5-hour mark? No, I don't think so. I'm not doing that. It doesn't mean that much to me. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Again, look out for my videos, which will be popping up from on the road about, trades and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I got to go. Thank you again. I don't know how many times I've said that. I think that'll be the last. Cheers, amigos. Ciao for now.